There's nothing to talk about. No sooner had she said that than Madeline threw the freshly served, steaming hot tea at her son, Mason. Shocked into silence, I stood frozen, unable to process what had just happened. Noticing my reaction, she pressed on. Both father and son utterly useless. At that moment, something inside me snapped. The next thing I knew, I was shouting louder than I ever had in my life. Call the president, now. My name is Marcus York. I'm a 48-year-old man known for my calm demeanor, and I have lived a life free of regrets. Of course, there were crossroads in my life along the way. Perhaps I had made some wrong choices. However, my life with my family and the success of the company I built have given me a deep sense of fulfillment. Naturally, I still strive to improve my company and bring more happiness to my family, but I have no significant regrets about my life. I was born into a branch family of a distinguished lineage, but that alone did not make me wealthy. My connection to the main family was weak, just the occasional New Year's greeting. While there were a few branch families that were close-knit, for the most part, we only knew each other's names. My father was an ordinary company employee. After working at a major corporation for several years, I decided to start my own business with trusted colleagues. The early days were full of struggles, but once we got the hang of things, my foresight proved correct. Our products became a hit. And as trends shifted in our favor, the company grew. I met my wife, Rachel, around the time I was considering expanding into subsidiaries. As I mentioned before, aside from my calm nature, I am not an extraordinary man. I was never called handsome, just a plain-looking guy with a gentle personality, often labeled as dull or lacking charisma. My wife had a similar disposition. She never made extreme statements, was quiet but responsible, and a highly dependable and competent employee at my company. She was in charge of accounting at the time, but as the clerical workload often fell behind, she took it upon herself to handle my communications and schedule adjustments. Naturally, we started seeing each other more often, and she became someone I could talk to easily. It was me who first invited her out for a meal as a way to express my gratitude. "I'd love to," she replied, her small smile endearing. As we spent more time together outside of work, we got to know each other better, and our bond deepened. However, at one point, I had a moment of doubt and asked her if she was really okay with someone as plain as me. Rachel gave me a cool, serene smile and said, "I think your movements and posture are graceful. And I admire how you always listen first, think carefully, and then choose your words wisely." She even added that she felt sorry for being such an unremarkable woman herself. Not to be outdone, I immediately responded, "That's not true at all. You have a calm presence, you quietly observe everything around you, and you always take the necessary actions. You're quick-witted and kind-hearted." Hearing my words, her cheeks flushed slightly, and a few months later, I proposed, and we became husband and wife. Our friends congratulated us, though I was aware that some thought we were a rather unremarkable couple. Even when we heard such comments, Rachel and I simply smiled and let them pass. There was no need to stir up trouble and ruin one of the happiest days of our lives. As long as our families and colleagues celebrated with us, that was enough. We were mature enough not to let meaningless words from irrelevant people bother us. A year later, we were blessed with a child, and Rachel left her job to focus on raising our family. I was busy with my ever-growing company, but thanks to the help of my trusted colleagues, I managed to come home on time more often than I expected and help Rachel with raising our child. Together, Rachel and I poured our hearts into raising our son, Mason, and he became our pride and joy. Mason graduated from university with excellent grades. He expressed his desire to gain the knowledge and experience necessary to eventually take over my position as chairman of our 15-group company network. After carefully considering his options, he chose a company on his own and successfully secured a job offer. Like us, he has a rather plain and unremarkable appearance, but his personality has a sharp edge. That said, he seems to have inherited my aversion to unnecessary trouble. He never starts fights or throws out insults. However, the way he skillfully avoids getting involved in conflicts reminds Rachel of me, and she often laughs about it. And so, Mason chose his own workplace and began his career. He started working at one of our group's subsidiaries, an apparel company that runs its own brand. I want to experience firsthand how trends rise and fall in the real world, he told me. Since he had thought it through and made his own choice, I decided to watch over him without interfering. Only the presidents of our group companies knew that Mason was my son. None of the regular employees were aware. It was his wish, and I agreed with him. He probably didn't want to be seen as someone riding on nepotism, and workplace hierarchy mixed with family ties never leads to anything good. Still, from time to time, I would visit the branch office under the pretense of delivering messages from Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor laughed, saying I was being overprotective, but I believe it's only natural for a parent to want to see their child at work. Occasionally, Marcus would spot me and make a displeased face, but he never said anything, just returned to his work. Watching him diligently follow his senior's instructions, taking notes, and handling tasks with care filled me with pride. After checking on him, I would take the opportunity to tour the office, and it was during one of these visits that I noticed someone who stood out. There was a woman whose beauty was nothing short of striking. She was dressed in an outfit far too flashy for business casual, making her presence impossible to ignore. My first impression was that being so conspicuous must be exhausting. But from the way she carried herself, it was clear she was actively trying to stand out. Well, given that the first floor of this branch was a retail store for their brand, having an eye-catching staff to enhance the brand's image was probably important. In fact, several apparel stores had employees known as charismatic staff. Individuals who acted as walking advertisements, showcasing the best ways to wear the brand's products, coordinate outfits, and match accessories. However, something felt off. She was certainly striking and attention-grabbing, but she lacked the unique appeal that the other charismatic staff had. Still, she was undeniably a key sales figure for the store. More importantly, she was a new hire. Perhaps for now, she was just focused on dressing up, but in time, she would learn how to properly highlight the brand's products. With that thought, I paid her little mind and walked past her. "Oh, my apologies, sir." She had accidentally bumped into my shoulder while passing by and immediately apologized. But the moment she saw my face, she realized I wasn't a customer. Her demeanor changed entirely. "You work here, don't you? Please use the back entrance. A plain-faced guy like you has no business in a store like this, right?" With a mean-spirited chuckle, she walked away. I stood there, dumbfounded. Even if I was an internal employee, that kind of attitude was unacceptable. If she acted like that again, should I step in and correct her? No, coming from me, it might be too harsh. I needed to find a subtle way to let Erin, the branch manager, know. Her name, I later learned, was Meline. When I got home, I asked my son about her, and he told me quite a bit. She loves attention and has a flashy personality. As Erin's daughter, she is allowed to behave quite selfishly, and it seems that Erin's son, who dislikes standing out, generally tries to stay away from her. She's always surrounded by an entourage, and even when I have business with her, they get in the way. It's exhausting. He described her behavior as if she were playing princess, making it clear that he didn't see her as a pleasant colleague. It must be frustrating when it's hard to communicate properly at work. Yeah. And on top of that, messages often don't get through. Her followers decide on their own whether something is worthy of reaching her. And they even draft documents without knowing the details. It's a nightmare. It seemed she was at the center of more trouble than I had expected. That sounds rough. Do you think she even realizes what her entourage is doing? If her followers were acting on their own, perhaps she was also a victim of their overzealousness. But before I could finish my thought, my son let out a deep sigh. She knows exactly what's happening. She told me herself, since she's the branch manager's daughter and from a distinguished family, she gets to choose which tasks she handles. She said minor chores should just be passed to others, and we shouldn't bother stopping her for trivial matters. Given that Mason was constantly running around, handling those very trivial matters to keep the branch running smoothly, I could only imagine how he felt about her arrogance. Hearing Mason's unusually low and irritated voice surprised me, but I realized this probably wasn't the first time he had dealt with something like this. "Are you okay? This isn't turning into a serious conflict, is it?" "I make sure it doesn't. I'm the one making reasonable arguments, after all." She puts on a good front in public. So if I say things loud enough for others to hear, things tend to go surprisingly smoothly. Mason smirked as he said this, clearly pleased with himself. Still, I could tell he must have gone through a lot of stress to figure out how to navigate these situations. Just hearing about her is enough to make her seem unbearable, but it's also unacceptable that Aaron does nothing about it. I had tried to subtly let Aaron know what was happening, but there was no indication that my message had gotten through. And Madeline's outrageous behavior showed no signs of stopping. Recently, Mason's sighs had become more frequent, and he seemed noticeably more worn out. He wasn't the type to complain, so I worried that he was keeping everything bottled up. But when I asked how things were going, he only smiled wryly and said, "Same as always. I'm fine. I'm used to it." Even Rachel noticed that his appetite had decreased and was becoming increasingly concerned. There was no sign that Aaron was taking any action regarding Meline. On the contrary, Mason's overtime hours had skyrocketed. Apparently, much of the extra work had been dumped on him by other employees. Because Meline found his complaints annoying, her entourage had started harassing him. The harassment itself was subtle, things like submitting documents without the requested corrections, delaying urgent paperwork until the last minute, and other minor inconveniences. Some might dismiss them as simple mistakes. But when the same mistakes happen repeatedly, it's no accident. His colleagues, concerned for him, would occasionally help out, but Mason had always been someone who preferred to handle his own responsibilities. Feeling guilty about burdening others, he pushed himself even harder, which only led to more exhaustion. At one point, when he asked Meline for her signature on an important document, her entourage tried to block him. He had calmly but firmly stated, "This is her responsibility, and it needs her signature. It's meaningless without it." In response, they began mocking him, pointing out how his co-workers had been helping him and accusing him of not being able to handle his own workload. Soon, the rumors spread, branding him as someone incompetent. After discussing the situation with Rachel, we decided it was time to take action. We arranged a direct meeting with Aaron. That being said, it's not something as extreme as a violent confrontation. All we did was reach out to Aaron to set up a meeting and ask him to arrange a discussion. At first, Aaron showed no interest, but after going through Mr. Taylor, he finally agreed to a meeting. And so, after much back and forth, the meeting day arrived. Mason and I sat in the reception room, waiting for Aaron. Everything starts with a conversation. Misunderstandings can often lead to unnecessary conflicts. Just as I was about to greet them, Meline spoke first. "What, you brought your dad along just to pick a fight with me? You're such a pain, so damn annoying." Her words were sharp and cutting. She clearly saw us as nothing more than complainers. "Meline, be quiet for a moment." Aaron tried to intervene, but she wasn't having it. "Dad, stay out of this. Mom said I could do whatever I wanted at work, remember? But Mr. Taylor specifically told me to handle this matter with care. Please, consider my position as branch manager." At this, Meline reluctantly fell silent. Watching a relieved Aaron, I somehow sensed that he was probably a son-in-law who married into the family. Soon after, a female employee entered, served tea, bowed, and quietly exited the room. Just as we were about to start the discussion, it happened. There's nothing to talk about. Before anyone could react, Meline grabbed the freshly served, steaming tea and threw it at Mason. I froze in shock, unable to process what had just happened. Noticing my stunned silence, she pressed on. Both father and son utterly useless. What is she saying? This woman. Did she just throw hot tea at my son, my pride and joy? Water dripped from his hair and face, soaking his clothes. Fortunately, he quickly wiped himself off with a cold towel, preventing any serious burns. But that very act made me realize something chilling. This wasn't the first time this had happened to him. At that moment, something inside me snapped. Immediately after, I raised my voice louder than I ever had before. Call Mr. Taylor. Right now. My voice echoed through the quiet room. It wasn't the kind of undignified shouting of a child throwing a tantrum, nor was it a desperate scream. It was simply spoken with enough force and authority that everyone in the room understood it was a command. Even Mason looked surprised, while Aaron and his daughter recoiled under the weight of my words, falling into stunned silence. After a brief moment of stillness, hurried footsteps approached from the next room, and the reception door swung open. Aaron! What the hell have you done? The man who stormed in was none other than Mr. Taylor, the man entrusted with managing this brand and one of my long-standing subordinates. Mr. Taylor. This is... Aaron stammered, desperately trying to explain himself. In contrast, Meline, having regained her composure, stood tall and spoke with confidence. Yes, that's right. These people are nothing more than complainers harassing me. Can't you do something about them at the company level? Her audacity and sheer nerve were first class, I give her that. But that was all. Her words carried no dignity, no real substance, just arrogance. Handle this at the company level? Do you two even know who he is? Mr. Taylor looked at her in disbelief. Of course, I do. I went to the same university as that guy. I even acknowledged him as a fellow branch family member out of politeness. But he's been full of himself ever since. He doesn't even know his place. I was stunned. I had no idea Meline and Mason had gone to the same university. Now that I thought about it, Mason had once mentioned that there was someone from a related branch family, but he never brought it up again. So I hadn't given it much thought. Both of your families are branch families, and our company has no connection to the main family. Mason didn't use the family name to get into this company. Meline narrowed her sharp eyes at me. She was certainly a beautiful woman, and her gaze carried intensity. But to me, she was nothing more than an arrogant young woman. And really, what was this nonsense? Mason is my pride and joy. Why should I let this spoiled girl look down on him? You can't prove that. Besides, the one getting in my way over trivial matters is this guy right here. If you're his father, at least teach him some proper discipline. Mason is my son, and he is someone I am proud of no matter where he goes. I stated it clearly, without hesitation. Meline was momentarily speechless. Mason, on the other hand, had his hands over his face. His ears were red, I could tell he was embarrassed. And speaking of discipline, Aaron, I have a question for you. How did your daughter end up like this? I deliberately ignored Medeline's words and spoke to Aaron instead. When I looked straight at Aaron and spoke, he looked slightly surprised. Hey! Don't ignore me. Be quiet for a moment. Meline shrieked, but before she could cause another scene, Mr. Taylor's voice cut in, firm and absolute. For once, even Meline couldn't disobey. She shut her mouth, though her glare remained filled with resentment. I ignored her completely. Aaron, watching this unfold, let out a small chuckle before bowing his head. I sincerely apologize for my daughter's behavior. What? Why are you apologizing, Dad? Stop it. Are you trying to disgrace our family name? Enough. You're the one who's been disgracing our family name all this time. It's about time you realize that. Aaron let out a long, exhausted sigh. His words, spoken in a tone of utter exhaustion, carried a weight that even Meline couldn't immediately argue against. I apologize for all the trouble my daughter has caused, Mr. York. Oh? You knew who I was? I realized after Mr. Taylor arrived. Also, I recalled seeing you during New Year's visits. There was no doubt in my mind. Aaron, looking as worn out as a man twice his age, let out another sigh and finally spoke. The root of all this is Meline's one-sided crush. A one-sided crush. I could hardly believe what I had just heard. Meline had a crush? It didn't seem to fit her at all. Setting aside her personality, she was undeniably beautiful and talented. Since she had attended the same university as my son, she must have been intelligent as well. And yet, she had been in love with someone? Who? The thought barely crossed my mind before I turned sharply to look at my son. Realizing my gaze, Mason averted his eyes at lightning speed. What is this about, Mason? Your father never heard a word about this. It's not exactly something I needed to announce. It was a private matter. Hold on. Who's supposed to have had a crush on who? I only got rejected once. I'm not hung up on it anymore. So, Mason had rejected Meline. It must have been back in their university days. I just said, our families match, and your grades aren't bad, so I wouldn't mind dating you. That's all. But this guy. That wasn't a misunderstanding, that was just a confession that ended in rejection. Unable to bear my silent stare any longer, Mason finally spoke. I told her I don't date based on family status or academic performance. I asked her to find someone else. It was a very straightforward response. But as words to turn down a confession, it was undeniably harsh. I can't believe it. I went out of my way to acknowledge you, and that was your response? You're the worst. Having likely never been rejected before, Meline must have found Mason unforgettable. But her pride wouldn't allow her to admit it. So instead, she had been venting her frustrations by treating Mason as someone beneath her. Enough, Meline. You found out Mason was joining this company, and you used my authority to force your way in here, didn't you? Wait. Dad, please stay out of this. Listen carefully. You may not realize it, but our family is on the brink of losing everything. If I lose my job, that's one thing. I can separate from this family, and you and your mother will still have your grandfather's support. His words were calm but carried an ominous weight. Meline fell silent. But if you've angered Mr. York, and the details of what you've done to Mason come to light, and this reaches the main family, what do you think will happen? After Aaron's explanation, Meline finally seemed to grasp the situation, and her face turned pale. But, our families are equals. Why would the main family take issue with us? Even if our families are of the same rank, the difference in influence is enormous. Marcus's father is the chairman of a conglomerate with 15 companies under him. Whether they like it or not, even the main family acknowledges his financial power. Why didn't anyone tell me that? Not my mother, not grandfather. Seeing Meline panic, Aaron's expression grew even wearier. Because your mother and grandfather wanted you to marry Mason. They kept encouraging you, hoping you wouldn't give up. And I, knowing that, failed to stop them. That's my responsibility. What? Marriage? What are you even talking about? At Aaron's words, Meline's face turned bright red, and she became visibly flustered, seemingly at a loss for words. With a deep, heavy sigh, Aaron let out his words. In the end, this entire mess started because she couldn't properly process being rejected. Her mother and grandfather kept stoking the flames. And her unrequited love spiraled out of control. Hearing all of this, my anger had completely faded. There had been so many unexpected revelations that I could no longer hold on to my frustration. So, with that said, Mr. Taylor, Mr. York, please allow me to take full responsibility for this incident by resigning. Aaron lowered his head, his tone filled with desperation. If I step down, Meline won't have the same unchecked authority she does now. And if word spreads that Mr. Taylor reprimanded her, her entourage will likely dwindle. However, please let her continue working here. Both Mr. Taylor and I were listening to Aaron's desperate plea. Meline does have a talent for sales. If she's given time, her arrogance may subside. I will ensure she stays away from Mason. Please, I beg you. His forehead was pressed against the table as he repeatedly pleaded. Aaron, you married into your wife's family, didn't you? Yes. And my wife was pampered her whole life. She has never worked a day in her life. If our family falls apart, she won't be able to support herself. But if you resign, won't they force you into a divorce? Most likely. I'll be labeled incompetent and discarded. But she'll simply return to her family home, while I'll be fine on my own. Aaron let out a bitter laugh, but his face was filled with sorrow. You love your wife, don't you? At my words, Aaron blinked, then gave a gentle smile and said, Yes. More than anything in this world. Oh. Meline let out a high-pitched yelp at her father's unexpected confession, her cheeks flushing as she stared at him in shock. I was originally your grandfather's subordinate. From a young age, I admired his daughter. That's why I threw myself into my work with everything I had. His dedication paid off, he earned recognition for his abilities and was ultimately chosen from among several candidates to marry his wife. It was practically an arranged marriage. But I was overjoyed. All I wanted was to make her happy. I indulged her whims, never scolded her, and even refrained from interfering in how our child was raised. And now, I'm paying the price for it. That was why, he said, he was willing to take full responsibility as her father. Aaron turned to his daughter with a serious expression. Meline, this is as far as I can take you. From now on, you'll have to support your mother and build a life for yourself. Think carefully about what you need to do. There won't be a second chance. If you fail again, you and your mother may end up with nothing. And this time, I won't be there to save you. Dad. As the next head of the family, act with dignity. Be ashamed of your past actions and words as a person. And forget about Mason. Look forward and live your life with confidence in your own way. That is my wish for you. With that, Aaron wrapped his daughter in a firm embrace. Oh, Dad. Have I done something truly terrible? She still didn't fully grasp the gravity of the situation, but she was beginning to reflect on her actions. Her voice trembled with uncertainty. Yes, you have. That's why you must never make the same mistake again. Think about your position and your responsibilities. Speak with care. You wouldn't want to end up like me, would you? Knowing he was about to lose his job, his wife, and his place in her family, Aaron held his daughter in his arms, his last lesson to her before he let go. How did I end up witnessing such a dramatic family confrontation? At this point, I had almost forgotten what I was even mad about in the first place. Well then, Mr. York, what do you want to do? Aaron seems dead set on resigning. Leaving aside his failure to rein in his daughter, he's competent at his job, isn't he? Yes. He turned around a struggling branch and brought it back to success. He has many loyal subordinates. It would be a waste to let him go. His daughter was another issue entirely, but as a professional, Aaron was someone I wanted to keep around. However, considering the fact that I had just revealed my position as chairman and all of Meline's actions against Mason had come to light, I couldn't simply let this go without consequence. As I was deliberating, Mason, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. So, what you're saying is that I didn't even realize that was her version of a heartfelt confession. And I just brushed it off like casual small talk? Meaning I share some responsibility for all this? What? You didn't even realize it was a confession? No. The way she said it made it sound like she was recruiting me as one of her entourage from above, not confessing her love. Considering how Meline had worded things, I could understand why he misunderstood. What? Do you have any idea how much courage it took for me to approach you alone? Oh yeah, now that you mention it, you were alone that time. Your usual entourage wasn't with you. Mason nodded and said, I see. Seeing this, Madeline's face turned bright red before she burst into tears. Large droplets streaming down her cheeks. Ah, I didn't mean to make you cry. I'm not crying. As if I'd cry over something you said. She stood her ground, even as the tears continued to flow, glaring at Mason with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Regardless, I admit it. I was rejected by you, and I took it out on you with petty harassment. That was disgraceful behavior for a lady. I will undergo training and return as a better person. So please, fire me instead of my father. Wait. You plan to come back? That is not the issue right now. Watching their back and forth, I couldn't hold back my laughter anymore. Ha ha ha. You two are completely in sync. Where? In what way? Their voices overlapped in perfect harmony, making me laugh even harder. Yeah, this is it. This is one of those times when parents should stay out of it. Aaron, lift your head. I won't be making a big deal out of this incident. Ha? No, but that's unthinkable. It's fine. I only stepped in because this had the potential to cause major problems for the company. I turned my gaze to Meline and Mason and continued speaking. In the end, this was nothing more than a childish quarrel. It wasn't something for parents to get involved in. A childish quarrel. Aaron looked stunned. Ha ha ha. You're right. That's exactly what it was. Let's leave this to the younger generation to sort out. It's not our place to meddle. He patted Aaron on the back in encouragement. You still have a lot of work to do, Aaron. We can't have you resigning over something as trivial as a children's spat. Hearing this, Aaron bowed his head deeply. Mr. Taylor, Mr. York, thank you. I will continue to do my best from here on. His shoulders trembled slightly, and noticing this, Meline stepped forward, gently patting her father's back before bowing as well. I sincerely apologize for everything. I had no idea my reckless actions would cause my father so much pain. I am ashamed of my own foolishness. Please, forgive me. I glanced at Mason, silently asking what he wanted to do. He frowned but answered plainly. If I couldn't even forgive this, then I really would be a child. Then, with a sigh, he muttered something uncharacteristic. Honestly, though, it was you adults who made this into such a big deal. And isn't it the grown-ups' job to clean up after kids' fights? With that, he simply said, I have work to do, and walked straight out of the reception room. Hey! That attitude of yours is exactly why people find you so frustrating. Are you even listening? Meline shouted after him, her frustration clear. Realizing her outburst, she quickly clamped her mouth shut upon seeing me. Ah, it's fine, it's fine. That kid does have a habit of being blunt. You can head back to work too, Meline. Yes. Understood. Excuse me. With a slight bow at my words, Meline also ran off. Judging by her determination, she'd probably catch up to Mason and give him a piece of her mind, but at this point, I wasn't worried anymore. And what should I do now? Aaron still seemed uncertain. I gestured for him to sit down, and both Mr. Taylor and I took our seats as well. I called my secretary to bring fresh tea, and once it arrived, I spoke leisurely. Since we have the time, why don't we, as parents, talk about our kids' growth? Mr. York, isn't that a bit cruel to Aaron, considering the circumstances? Based on how things had been going, Mr. Taylor gave that advice, to which Aaron responded in a firm tone. No, it's fine. I certainly owe an apology for what happened today, but my daughter also has many good qualities. I will gladly speak about them. For the first time, he wasn't speaking as a branch manager, he was speaking as a father. And so, we began our impromptu gathering of doting parents, exchanging stories about our children. In the end, the harassment Marcus faced was officially labeled as a personal dispute rather than a major company issue. And it was resolved with a formal warning. Madeline's entourage disbanded, and as long as the urgency was properly conveyed, she now signed documents without issue. The tense atmosphere in the workplace disappeared, and both of them diligently carried out their respective duties. Ha ha. I suppose we worried too much. Rachel chuckled after hearing how things turned out. Yeah. Looking back, Mason probably figured he only had to endure for a little longer since he was set to transfer to another branch in a few months anyway. He does tend to think like that. A little too thick-headed when it came to emotions. In just a few months, Mason would be transferred to another branch, working in a completely different field. Who would eventually take over my position? Because Mason understands better than anyone that personal feelings should not interfere with work. He has shown determination to push himself and has steadily built up his achievements. As I watch my child grow, I hope he overcomes the long and difficult road ahead. With this incident, Mason and Meline have likely overcome one obstacle and grown even more. Not just Mason, but even Meline had undergone a dramatic transformation. With each milestone she reached, Aaron would send me letters expressing his gratitude, and before I knew it, I had become well-versed in her progress. Honestly, Aaron is a bit much. I get that he's proud of his daughter, but all these letters, I muttered, staring at the growing stack of them. Rachel laughed. And yet, you're just as happy, aren't you? Now you finally have someone to brag about our son to. Rachel chuckled quietly, a knowing smile on her face. She had long since seen through the fact that I had been exchanging letters with Aaron, trying to outdo each other with stories of our children's accomplishments. On a peaceful afternoon, in between work, I sat with Rachel, reminiscing about our family. I was a lucky man. Beneath a clear blue sky, a white chapel rang its bells, blessing the newlyweds. Colorful petals danced through the air in a flurry of flower showers. And standing at the center of it all was Meline, radiant in a stunning wedding dress, smiling as she tossed her bouquet. And the man holding her in a bridal carry, dressed in a crisp white tuxedo, was none other than my son. Never saw this coming. Neither did I. Standing side by side, Aaron and I, now more like doting fathers than ever, watched the ceremony unfold with murmured disbelief. Almost 10 years had passed since that eventful day. When Meline and Mason reunited after so long, they started off reminiscing about how foolish they had been back then. That conversation had quickly reignited something between them. And before we knew it, their bond had deepened. Now, Meline was a renowned coordinator, making waves across multiple branches with her skill and expertise. Mason, meanwhile, continued transferring between branches, steadily building his career and earning high-ranking positions wherever he went. They supported each other's dreams, never interfering, yet always encouraging one another. It was a dynamic they both found comfortable. Looking back, that entire incident a decade ago seemed like nothing more than a lover's quarrel. So, the childish quarrel has now been upgraded to a lover's spat, huh? Would you call that an upgrade? I asked, glancing at Aaron. He smiled warmly and replied, "Lovers' quarrels lead to happiness." Of course, it's an upgrade. Hearing his quiet laughter, I couldn't help but agree and laugh along. The sky was clear and bright. Today, I had gained a new family member. Russell, listening to our conversation, laughed with genuine joy. Yeah, life was good. The only thing useless old folks do is drag everyone down. This guy's older than me, but he's completely incompetent. So I just use him as my gopher. At a crucial business meeting with a major confectionery company, Matthew smacked the back of my head repeatedly, laughing loudly as he spoke. He joined the company after I returned from overseas. Sure, he graduated from a top-tier university and followed the elite career track, making him a capable employee. But despite his skills, he had a toxic tendency to dominate anyone he perceived as weaker. Abigail, who was also present at the meeting, didn't laugh at all. Instead, she stared at us with an icy gaze. Her sharp eyes seemed to burn with anger. But oblivious to the atmosphere, Matthew continued. Oh, right. Every morning, I have this guy make my coffee, but it's so awful. Can you believe he can't even brew a decent cup? What a worthless loser. Just as he spat out his insult, a clear and composed voice cut through the air, shifting the mood of the meeting entirely. Excuse me, but could you stop with the insults? I don't know what authority you think you have, but watching this is extremely unpleasant. Because, you see, he is my. What? No way. With her shocking words, an incident that would shake the entire company was about to unfold. My name is Tom. I work in the sales department of a major lactic acid drink manufacturer, a company well known across Japan. After learning the ropes post-hire, I was assigned to an overseas branch. The company had already expanded internationally, but there was still a need to establish our products and employment system more firmly abroad. It was a period when overseas transfers were frequent. Being single and interested in working abroad, I was an ideal candidate. I spent 3 years overseas as planned, and last month, I returned to the sales department in Japan. An hour before work officially started, I began cleaning the office. Of course, we had a cleaning service, but over the past month, I'd come to understand the areas that needed extra attention. I emptied the personal trash bins and checked if paper clips or other small items had fallen and gotten stuck in the corners of desks. Since it wouldn't be fair to clean just one person's space, I went ahead and tidied up everyone's desks. Scattered across the desks were papers with bold red warnings. Failure to meet this month's quota requires an immediate written apology and sales targets must be met. 3 years ago, this would have been unimaginable. The trash bins contained crumpled up sales reports that failed to hit their targets and even rough drafts of resignation letters. Abandoned in frustration. The desk drawers were filled with empty boxes of stomach medicine and painkillers. This company sure has changed. Next, I restocked the coffee supplies, making sure there were enough creamers and sugar. Over the past month, this task had become nothing more than fuel for sarcastic remarks. I had decided to just accept it as part of my morning routine. In the past, we used to gather and enjoy coffee together, but now, everyone just sat silently at their desks, drinking alone. The once lively sales department had become nothing more than a place to chase numbers, with little conversation or laughter. By the time I finally finished and sat down to enjoy my own coffee and breakfast, my colleagues had started trickling into the office. Their exhausted faces showed no sign of energy. The vibrant atmosphere we once had was gone. Good morning, Tom. You're early again today. Good morning. I've gotten hooked on this bakery I pass by on my way here. Most of the people in the sales department are friendly. However, for some reason, they tend to avoid getting too involved with me. Of course, no one in the department knows that I've been spending my mornings like this for the past month. And the reason for that is quite simple. Morning. Mondays are the worst. I'm so tired. Tom, hurry up with my coffee. Without saying a word, I stood up, prepared the coffee, and brought it to him. Ha, looks like you've finally gotten used to being my gopher, old man. But hey, I told you I'm sleepy, right? Brew me a strong one today. Useless. Oh. That leftover bread. I'm starving. Go buy me something now. If I go buy it now, I won't make it back before work starts. Shh. Then just grab a sweet bread from the convenience store downstairs. Hurry up. He tossed some coins at me with a smirk and motioned with his chin, telling me to get moving. Some people in the office glanced my way, while others deliberately looked away, leaving that tense atmosphere behind. I headed to the convenience store on the ground floor of the building. The one treating me like his personal gopher was Matthew. He joined the company as a fresh graduate at the end of my first year. At that time, I was just about to be sent overseas, so I barely knew him before 3 years had passed. Maybe it was because he was on the elite academic track. Or maybe it was just his personality, but he had an inflated sense of pride and couldn't stand not having someone beneath him. Still a junior employee with no one beneath him, he happened to find me, who had just returned from overseas. Technically, I had joined the company a year earlier, but Matthew seemed to feel that I had been working here longer. So he saw me as the perfect target. While I was overseas, the office underwent a major renovation, and Matthew was the one who showed me around. That was probably when he decided to make me his target. Even though I was older, I seemed like someone he could treat as a junior here. At first, he started with small favors, but gradually, his tone became more commanding, and eventually, he turned me into his personal errand boy. I hurriedly bought the same sweet bread he had eaten before and returned to the office. Here, Matthew. As I placed the bread on his desk, he snatched it up and started wolfing it down. The fact that he didn't even acknowledge me was nothing new. As I turned to return to my desk, he leaned back in his chair and looked down at me. "Tom, get me another cup of coffee later." The office air had grown unbearably tense, but the moment our manager, Henry, arrived, everyone, including Matthew, pretended like nothing had happened and got back to work. I also returned to my desk. I chugged my now cold coffee, stuffed my half-eaten bread into my bag, and started my work. I'm sure a lot of people in the department wonder why I don't push back against Matthew. The reason is simple: if I reject him, he'll just find someone else. It could be a new hire, a mid-career recruit, or even a temp worker. When I first met him, I could sense his frustration at not being in a position of authority yet, along with his desperate desire to be on top. But eventually, he will rise through the ranks. Before that happens, I wanted to find a way to change him. As a major corporation, we have our fair share of problems. But our company started as a small research lab and has always valued human connection and a sense of security, promoting health for both children and adults alike. And I strongly believe that this philosophy shouldn't just be outward-facing, it should apply to the people working inside the company, too. It might take time, but I wanted to find a way to share that belief with Matthew, even if just a little. Despite my continued role as his gopher, Henry, whether he knew about it or not, assigned both Matthew and me to a sales meeting with a major client. This wasn't just any sales pitch, it was practically a done deal. That's why we couldn't afford any mistakes at the final stage. This is so easy, I don't even need to prep for it. Just carry the stuff and drive, will ya? Now go bring the car around. Saying that, Matthew carelessly dropped some last-minute documents onto my desk before walking out with nothing but a token briefcase. I hurriedly stuffed the documents into my bag and rushed to the parking lot. This deal was a bit unusual. The client was a major confectionery company, and they wanted to collaborate with us on a new product. After a long series of negotiations, today was the day we would finalize the contract. This kind of partnership was a first for our company. If successful, it would open up new doors for us. We couldn't afford to slip up at the last moment. After being escorted to a familiar meeting room, Matthew and I waited for the client to arrive. I busied myself organizing the documents I had hastily stuffed into my bag, while Matthew, positioned so the door wouldn't reveal him, yawned. Then, the door opened, and we both stood up quickly. Matthew must have felt the same. Standing next to Spencer, the sales department manager I had spoken with many times, was a woman. I couldn't take my eyes off her. With shoulder-length black hair tucked behind one ear, she exuded not only beauty but also a commanding aura that signaled she was highly competent. "Thank you for waiting. Ah, this must be your first time meeting her. My name is Abigail. I look forward to working with you today. Could it be? Matthew, was it? Sharp guess. Yes, she's the only daughter of our CEO, Mr. Kirkland." Even I was surprised by Matthew's quick deduction. Our business partner today was Kirkland Trading. He must have noticed her resemblance to the CEO from the company brochures or simply sensed that she carried herself differently from a regular employee. From that moment, I could tell that Matthew's tone had lifted slightly. We exchanged greetings and business cards, engaged in some light conversation, and then moved on to finalize the deal. Matthew seemed a little flustered, perhaps distracted by Abigail's striking presence, which made it seem like the chair height didn't quite match her elegant stature. However, the first mistake of the day was mine. Spencer handed over the documents, and Abigail tilted her head slightly as she looked through them. Has something changed from the previous version? I believe we were expecting the final version of the proposal today. Oh, my apologies. It seems I handed you the wrong set of documents. Let me get the latest version right away. In my rush to organize the materials Matthew had dumped on me, I had assumed that the additional documents he gave me were the most up-to-date. I had no excuse, it was my mistake. I scrambled to fix my error, but as I did, Matthew must have seen an opportunity. With a confident smirk, he turned to Abigail and said, "My apologies. You see, when an old, useless guy gets stuck doing errands, he just becomes dead weight. Perhaps he was trying to lighten the mood." With a laugh, he smacked the back of my head a few times, making a show of it. Maybe he wanted to make a good impression on her, considering she was not only a key business partner but also the daughter of the CEO. But she didn't laugh. Instead, she stared at me, unflinching. I noticed her gaze but didn't look back. Instead, I swiftly retrieved the correct documents from my bag and distributed them. Everyone in the room felt the odd tension, but I pressed forward as if nothing had happened. During my time working overseas, I had many discussions with younger employees on the ground and realized something. While Japanese products are often associated with cute and fun, there's also a growing demand for health and functionality. As outlined in these materials, this collaboration can effectively combine both elements, making it a unique and marketable product. Oh! Spencer raised his voice in excitement. "This is fascinating." "I agree," Abigail said, her eyes locked onto the materials. "We can leverage both companies' strengths to deliver exactly what the younger generation is looking for." "This has strong potential," Matthew scoffed, letting out a dismissive heh, but at this point, no one was paying attention to him. Spencer clapped me on the shoulder, beaming. "This is it. This is exactly what we needed." Abigail nodded in satisfaction. Matthew, however, didn't seem pleased. Wanting to reclaim the spotlight, he once again smacked me on the head, likely about to throw another insult my way. But then, a calm, crystal-clear voice cut through the room, shifting the atmosphere entirely. "Could you stop with the insults? He is my husband." "What? Husband?" Matthew, caught between shock and confusion, froze in place. Even I was momentarily paralyzed. Her words were so unexpected that my mind went completely blank. Ignoring our stunned reactions, Abigail continued reviewing the documents as if nothing had happened. She left no room for anyone to interrupt with questions. After tidying up the materials and placing them neatly on the table, she finally looked up at us. "Thank you for your proposal. Our company is very interested in moving forward with this collaboration. Ah, thank you very much. We all stood up, and Matthew shook hands with Spencer while I shook hands with Abigail. The deal was sealed. After everyone shook hands, Abigail turned toward Matthew, her gaze sharp and unwavering. Matthew, by the way, what does gopher mean? Well, it's kind of like, communication. Does your company foster communication by hitting people on the head? Also, while seniority-based hierarchies may be considered outdated, I believe learning from those with more experience is still valuable. And you're only about 2 years apart in age, right? So, does that make me useless in your eyes as well? And if so, what about Spencer? Abigail. That's enough, okay? Let's just move forward and officially launch the project later. Of course, Spencer. But I'd like to have a quick word with him, so I'll ask him to stay. Matthew, Spencer, thank you for your time today. Abigail's commanding presence swept everyone along with her pace. Spencer let out a weary sigh and left the room, while Matthew, visibly baffled, gave a token nod before snatching the car keys from me and walking out. Now alone with Abigail, the room felt less spacious and more suffocating. I downed the tea in front of me in one gulp. Still the same habit, huh, Tom? Drinking in one go when you're stressed or trying to psych yourself up. This isn't funny, Abigail. What's with calling me your husband? The engagement was something our families arranged without my input. And it happened while I wasn't even in Japan. But we've been on 2 dates. Wait, are you counting today's business meeting as one of them? We've only met face to face once before. Despite my bewilderment, Abigail smiled sweetly, her lips curling upward in amusement. The truth is, we'd been engaged for a year. It was an arrangement between our families, who had known each other for years. But I had assumed it would never actually happen after all. Why would the daughter of the CEO of a major corporation marry someone like me? So, I left everything to my parents and didn't give it much thought. I grew up modestly, just my mother and me, living in a public housing complex. My mother worked tirelessly, juggling a daytime clerical job and a nighttime gig at a bar to raise me. I made it through college on scholarships and student loans. Coming from such a background, the idea of marrying into a prestigious family like the Kirklands felt absurd. We'd had one brief video call, and after that, I heard nothing. I figured the engagement had quietly been called off. And yet, here she was, calling me her husband. I had no idea what Abigail was thinking. Tom, how about dinner tonight? Wait, what? I straightened up, caught off guard, and turned to face her. Abigail, if you really wanted to, you could end this engagement, right? Honestly, spending time on me is a waste. A waste? Hardly. I don't know you yet, and getting to know someone isn't a waste of time, is it? I guess not. Great. Then it's settled. I'll see you tonight, I'm looking forward to it. With a dazzling smile and a polite nod, she left the room, leaving me stunned. Taking control of any situation seemed to be one of her talents. It seemed our engagement wasn't cancelled after all, and she was perfectly okay with that, a reality I was struggling to process. Back at the office, Henry greeted me with enthusiasm. Congratulations, Tom. I heard the news, your proposal, based on your overseas experience, really won them over. Well done. Yeah. I mean, Kirkland Trading making an immediate decision like that? That's impressive. Matthew tried pitching to them several times but never got through even once. Exactly. People were saying today's proposal was brilliant, Tom. As more and more colleagues chimed in, I noticed Matthew scowling as he stood up abruptly. He left the office without a word and apparently went home early. I saw Matthew snort and stand up from his seat at that remark, and then I heard that he left early. I had half expected him to start gossiping about the whole husband thing, but it seemed he hadn't said anything after all. Thinking about dinner with Abigail made me wish I could leave early, too. Lost in thought, I soon realized it was already past 5 p.m. I quickly tidied my hair and headed to the restaurant Abigail had texted me about. I figured wearing my suit would be safe for any type of restaurant. When I arrived, I found it to be a classy yet welcoming place, the kind where even families with children might feel at ease. Scanning the room, I spotted Abigail waving lightly from a table in the back. Feeling slightly nervous, I made my way over. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I just got here, too." "Huh? Oh, I just came straight from work." "Does it look weird?" "It's not that. You fixed your hair before coming." That made me kind of happy. Abigail looked down slightly, touching her hair with a faint blush on her cheeks. Seeing her like that, something clicked in my mind. "Wait, did you curl your hair?" One of my coworkers curled it for me when I told her I had a date tonight. "Cute." No. I mean, it really changes your look. "It suits you." I immediately felt my face heat up at my own slip of the tongue. Having just seen her in full professional mode during work, the contrast was striking. I couldn't help but stare. Trying to steer the conversation away from my embarrassment, I decided to thank her for the successful contract. But the moment I brought it up, she frowned slightly. "Tom, let's save the work talk for later, after we've gone on a few more dates. First, let's just enjoy this as a couple." "Huh? Oh, sorry, wait, couple?" My voice was louder than I intended, drawing a few glances from nearby tables, but I was too shocked to care. Somehow, being called her husband earlier felt distant and abstract, but couple? That felt real. "I told you, we need to spend time getting to know each other." Am I saying something strange? Watching her tilt her head curiously, I grabbed my glass of water and downed it in one go. Technically, we were still engaged. And two engaged people having dinner together could be seen as a date. It wasn't unreasonable. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to relax. "You're right. I was just caught off guard. Let's eat." Seeing Abigail smile again reassured me, and from that point, we enjoyed our meal. We didn't talk about work at all. Instead, we talked about our favorite foods, the cat she always saw in the morning, whether to get cake or sorbet for dessert. Before I knew it, time had flown by. As we waited outside for her ride home, I suddenly remembered something and pulled out my phone. "Abigail, do you watch movies?" "Movies? I love them, but I haven't had time to go lately. I got a pair of advance tickets from a friend. If you'd like, you can have them." I showed her my phone screen. It was a remastered version of a classic Western film. One of my favorites. This is my absolute favorite movie. And it's showing in theaters again? I have to go. Glad to hear it. I'll send you the digital ticket now. As I tapped my phone, she quietly pointed at my screen, then at me, back and forth. "There are 2 tickets." "Huh? Oh, you're right. Now that I think about it, my friend did say I should take someone with me." Silence lingered between us as a sleek luxury car pulled up in front of us. Her ride had arrived, but she didn't get in right away. Instead, she just looked at me. I had the overwhelming urge to chug something again, but with nothing in my hands, I took the deepest breath I could. "Would you like to go watch it with me?" "Yes," she answered without hesitation, flashing the brightest smile yet before getting into the car. She waved at me until the car disappeared from sight. The moment she was gone, my phone buzzed with a message from her. She wrote about how much she enjoyed tonight, how excited she was for the movie, and even included a cute cat sticker. With an inexplicable feeling in my chest, I started walking toward the station. It was late, and no one was around to see me, but I still found myself trying to hide the small, uncontrollable grin on my face. 1 week later, on Sunday, I met Abigail at the station, and we headed to a movie theater a little further away from the main crowds. She wore a simple dress and, maybe because it was a movie outing, a pair of low-heeled pumps. Even in such a casual outfit, she drew glances from people around us. I was relieved we didn't meet up right in front of the station, it would have been too much attention. I'm so excited. I've watched this movie at home so many times. I always end up crying. Yeah, same here. Don't worry, I brought tissues and a handkerchief just in case. Hee, I won't cry that much, you know. We strolled leisurely toward the movie theater. After the movie, we decided to spend some time at a scenic park nearby, sipping on coffee. Oh, I'm out of tissues. Here, tilt your head up a little. Excuse me. Abigail hadn't stopped crying since the credits rolled. Holding her coffee with both hands, she sniffled loudly, tears still streaming down her face. She was crying so much, and yet, she still looked stunning, it was almost impressive. I just wanted them to be happy. But in the end, they understood each other, didn't they? Come on, drink your coffee. Yeah. Wah. She was probably replaying the final scene over and over in her head. As her coffee level dropped, I handed her a fresh handkerchief and, on impulse, gently placed my hand on her head. I wasn't sure why I did it. But seeing her cry so openly, letting all her emotions out in front of me, made me feel something close to affection. That day, we waited for her to calm down, then spent the rest of the afternoon strolling through the park and chatting at a cafe. At some point, without even realizing it, we ended up holding hands as we walked. From that day on, we naturally started coordinating our schedules to go out for meals together. Whenever we met at work, I sometimes had to hold back a laugh at how different she seemed outside of the office. But on those nights, it had become a routine for her to get upset and say, "I'm doing my best." That, too, was adorable, and I couldn't help but laugh, which, I knew, only made things worse. The way I saw Abigail had completely changed since our engagement was first arranged. Now, I wanted to see her. I wanted to be by her side. That evening, I was the one who chose our dinner spot. It was the top-floor restaurant of a luxury hotel. At first, Abigail looked surprised, but then she seemed to realize something. My heart felt like it was about to explode, but I was determined to tell her how I felt. When Abigail arrived slightly late, she was dressed perfectly for the elegant setting, her hair styled impeccably. I had almost forgotten she was the daughter of a company CEO. Dinner proceeded with a more refined atmosphere than usual. The nervousness was making it hard for me to even taste the food. Stealing a glance at Abigail, I saw her effortlessly handling the intricate course meal with practiced ease. We had never gone to a place like this before. But deep down, this was the world she belonged to. Had she been avoiding these kinds of places for my sake all this time? The words out of my league crept into my mind, expanding until they filled every corner of my thoughts. Tom? Oh, sorry. What is it? I want to hear more about you. About me. With my mind clouded by the thought of our differences, talking about myself suddenly felt painful. My grandfather owned a company. My grandmother passed away due to complications after childbirth, shortly after giving birth to my father. The company that my grandfather built had now become a nationwide enterprise, but when he first started, it was just a small, local research lab. Back then, he would ride his bicycle around town, selling the probiotic drinks he had developed by hand. A true self-made entrepreneur. Because of that, his attachment to the company was immense and heavy. I was an only child, but the memories I had were of my grandfather yelling at my mother and photos of my father. My father passed away from an illness before I even started elementary school. At the time, I was too young to understand why my grandfather was always so harsh toward my mother. But later, from overhearing relatives, I finally understood. My grandfather had planned for my father to have an arranged marriage, all for the sake of expanding the company. But my father fell in love with my mother, a woman he met while working in sales, and went against my grandfather's wishes to marry her instead. He had vowed to my grandfather, "I will make the company bigger, no matter what." But before he could take over, he passed away. Even now, the words my grandfather would shout at my mother echo in my head, "This is your fault. You cursed us." My mother and I were practically forced out of our home. She worked multiple part-time jobs as a clerk, struggling to make ends meet. We lived in a small, cheap public housing apartment, but somehow, she managed to cover my school expenses. Over time, our ties with relatives faded. Even my mother's side of the family, fearing my grandfather's influence, distanced themselves from us. Wedding invitations and notices for family memorials stopped coming. One of my high school classmates was actually my mother's cousin's daughter, but one day, she suddenly started avoiding me. Later, I heard from someone that her parents had warned her getting involved with us might jeopardize their business connections. My mother laughed it off, saying, "It can't be helped." But I could tell she was lonely. Many people believe that social status doesn't matter in this day and age. But I know firsthand that's not true. It's not just about the individual. It affects their entire family, their relationships, and over time, it erodes the connections between people. And now, I find myself in the same situation my parents once faced. I never want Abigail to go through what my mother did. But should I tell her how I feel? I could sense that Abigail had some level of affection for me. But even if we felt the same way, what if the future that awaited us was the one burned into my memory? Tom. Abigail's voice snapped me back to reality. In front of me, a melted serving of gelato sat untouched. "You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to." "Ah, no. It's just, unlike you, I come from a regular family. I wouldn't be eating at a place like this if it weren't for you. It just makes me realize how different our worlds are. That doesn't matter, does it? I love you, Tom." I felt my heart race at her words. Her warmth, her sincerity, it scared me. And that's exactly why I had to say it. You only say that because you've never experienced it, Abigail. Status differences do matter. They change how people look at you. How relatives treat you, it affects everything. I've seen it happen, I know. So what? If our feelings are real, why should anything else matter? It's not that simple. You don't understand because. At my words, Abigail's expression froze. Her eyes, which had been filled with warmth, now held sadness and something else, understanding. I see. So you're just like the others. What? You only got close to me because of who I am. I really am a fool. Her voice trembled. A look of deep disappointment and pain spread across her face, one I had never seen before. No. That's not. Then tell me, why did you get close to me despite knowing about our difference in status? That's enough. Tears welled up in her eyes as she glared at me. She wasn't hearing a word I said. I really thought you were different. But in the end, to her, everything we had shared together, our dates, our moments, our laughter, was erased in an instant. No matter what I said now, it would sound insincere. I'll leave the decision about our engagement to you. Whether you want to call it off or whatever. I never meant to hurt you. But in the end, I did. And for that, I'm sorry. I lowered my head. She grabbed her bag in a hurry and rushed out of the restaurant. Before I could tell her how I felt, everything had already fallen apart. And worst of all, I had hurt her. Everything had spiraled into the worst possible outcome. I had lost Abigail. 3 days had passed since that night, and I drifted through my days, hollow and numb. This should have been my normal life, yet it felt empty. Then, out of nowhere, my grandfather reached out to me. I had no desire to see him, but I knew that if I refused, he'd take it out on my mother instead. So, I had no choice but to go. After work, I took the train for about 30 minutes and arrived at his secondary residence, a place that still carried the same oppressive weight I remembered from childhood. I was led to the reception room, where I found my grandfather, someone I hadn't seen in years.
Tom, sit down. No, I'll stand. What do you want?
His sharp glare cut into me before he spoke in a commanding tone.
Your engagement with Kirkland's daughter is going well, isn't it? Who knows?
Oh, by the way, I already told her she's free to call it off. The moment I said that, he exploded with rage, his voice booming through the room.
What the hell are you doing? Go apologize right now. Get on your knees if you have to.
I refuse.
What?
I love the products you created, Grandpa.
I understood the company's philosophy.
Even though you treated my mother like dirt,
she still encouraged me to join this company. If you want to use me, fine. But I won't let you use Abigail. If she says no, then that's the end of it.
My grandfather slammed the table, standing up, gripping his cane, and jabbing it toward me like a weapon.
That connection with Kirkland's family was the only valuable thing your father left behind.
Your father, Harvey, was Kirkland's closest friend. They dreamed about the future together. They were supposed to lead both of our companies into the next generation. But then he died.
And now, you're going to throw away the last piece of that connection?
What a disgrace. I should have expected nothing less from a boy tainted by that woman's cursed blood.
Then what does that make my father, the man who chose that woman? And what does that make you, his father? How long are you going to keep being so damn selfish?
With that, I stormed out of the reception room. He shouted something behind me, but I ignored it and left. My grandfather was the founder and current president of the company I worked for.
Originally, my father was supposed to take over.
But after his passing, and after kicking my mother and me out, my grandfather had suddenly changed his tune and set his sights on me as his successor. The truth was, I had joined this company by choice.
My mother never once spoke ill of my grandfather or the company.
If anything, she would often talk about my father.
Your father always used to say,
"This company's products are a bridge that connects people." Even after a long, exhausting day, when a customer told him they loved the drink, his eyes would light up with joy. Even after we were cast aside, my mother never let go of my father's beliefs. Through her stories, I learned what kind of man my father was, how he saw his work, and why he was so passionate about it.
And I wanted to carry on that dream.
One day, I want you to stand tall and show your father how much you've grown. Those words had pushed me forward. But in the end, choosing this company had played right into my grandfather's hands.
Technically, this made me a candidate for the next company president.
I had wanted a normal career, free from all the complicated ties of family and business. But my grandfather was obsessed with keeping the company within the family. And now, he was trying to use Abigail, the intelligent, beautiful daughter of a powerful business family, to secure the company's stability. First, he lost his son. Then, he cast out my mother. And now, he was treating both his grandson and Abigail as mere pawns in his grand scheme. This was the true reason behind our sudden engagement.
My grandfather would sacrifice anyone, family or not, for his ambitions. If I disappeared from the picture, all his plans would crumble.
But knowing his temper, I had no doubt he'd act recklessly in retaliation. The thought that he might hurt someone else because of me knotted my mind. It had been too much to process in the past few days. As I rode the train home, exhaustion took over, and I dozed off. But just as I had feared, my grandfather acted. When I arrived at the office the next day, I became the center of attention. Whispers surrounded me, everyone glancing at me with a mix of curiosity and disbelief.
Wait, he's the grandson of Mr. Norris? So he was running errands for Matthew, and he didn't say anything?
The murmurs spread in hushed voices. The industry newspaper someone was reading contained an article detailing the rift between the company's founder and his grandson, me.
It also mentioned a supposed dispute regarding the contract with a major confectionery company. And, most shockingly, it stated that the grandson had been suddenly terminated. Even though it was just speculation, the article was alarmingly detailed.
The entire office was caught in a quiet stir over my previously unknown status and sudden downfall. My background, which I had kept hidden until now, was suddenly brought to light. Or rather, my grandfather had made sure it was exposed. It was both an act of retaliation against me for defying him and a warning to potential business partners. The article painted me as a rebellious grandson who had been dismissed as a public example.
Even the contract negotiations were vaguely tied to the fallout. Someone inside the company had definitely leaked this.
With this kind of coverage, many business partners would hesitate to continue working with us.
By cutting me off publicly, my grandfather was reinforcing his authority.
As the office remained filled with hushed murmurs, a chill ran down my spine at how ruthless and calculated he was. I approached Tyler, the department head, and Henry, giving them a quick farewell before I started clearing out my desk. Then, for the first time in a while, Matthew spoke to me. Since that fateful day at the contract meeting, he hadn't said a single word to me, not even to boss me around.
Getting fired, huh? Damn, Tom, you really are an idiot. Man, I was hoping we'd get a new, easy-to-use gopher soon. It was hilarious having the founder's grandson as my gopher, though. You knew?
Of course.
It was a hell of a joke.
Though honestly, I figured I should stop before you became president and fired me.
Didn't expect things to blow up like this, though. You really suck at playing the game. I finished clearing out my mostly empty desk.
Stretching my arms a little, I turned to him and said,
"Even if I suck at playing the game, I'm glad I said what I needed to say. Thanks for everything, Matthew."
Since I had been fired, all transitions were left to my former colleagues.
I walked out of the office for the last time. Thus began my job hunt. My overseas experience was a strong selling point, but the industry had already heard about my termination.
And with my grandfather pulling strings behind the scenes, it was proving difficult to find opportunities in the same field. I still wanted to stay in the beverage industry. I had joined out of genuine interest. Despite everything, but the situation was making it nearly impossible.
Just as I was starting to consider giving up, my phone rang. Checking the screen, I was surprised by the caller. "Hello? Tom?"
For the first time since that night, it was Abigail. Slouched on my couch, I instinctively straightened my posture. She hesitated before speaking.
I heard you left the company. Have you found a new job yet? Thanks for checking in. It's tough finding something in the same industry, but I'll figure it out." I tried to sound upbeat.
In truth, I felt it was best to keep my distance from her. But at the same time, just hearing her voice again brought a strange sense of relief.
"I'm sorry." "Huh? Why are you apologizing?" "If it's about work, I made sure the team." "That's not it. I've been meaning to apologize for that night, but I couldn't bring myself to. I was scared. And then I heard you left the company. I said such terrible things to you, even though I knew you weren't treating me as just a CEO's daughter." Her voice wavered, turning into soft sniffles toward the end. She had been carrying the weight of that night all this time. The thought that I had hurt her so deeply made my chest tighten. At that moment, I wanted nothing more than to go to her side. "Don't cry.
I know this might be selfish, but since we have this chance, can I say something I couldn't tell you that night?"
"What is it?"
I pulled the phone slightly away from my ear, grabbed my coffee from the table, and took a deep breath before downing it all at once.
"I still have so much I want to learn about you, and I want you to learn more about me, too. But one thing's already clear to me: you've become special to me.
Our engagement might have been arranged, but I'm grateful I got to meet you."
My face burned.
So this was what it felt like for your face to be on fire. Not being able to see her reaction only made it worse. The anticipation was unbearable. I waited silently for her response.
In the distance, I could hear a faint sound.
It grew closer, stirring a nostalgic feeling in me. It was just like the time Abigail had cried her eyes out at the movie theater. She had probably set her phone down and walked away for a moment. When she came back, she was still crying.
Abigail.
Ugh.
I'm so happy. I'm so glad we met. I don't want it to end like that.
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.
I was the one who lost my cool and said things I didn't mean. I'm sorry too.
After exchanging apologies, there was a brief silence.
Then, the loud sound of Abigail sniffing broke the quiet, and we both burst into laughter.
After talking for a while, Abigail took a deep breath, as if gathering her resolve.
Tom.
Why don't you work for us?
Wait, at Kirkland Trading? It's not about connections or anything like that.
We've been expanding overseas, but we're still struggling.
I know you'd be an invaluable asset. For a brief moment, my grandfather's face flashed through my mind. But this wasn't about him. Abigail was offering me this opportunity because she believed in me.
There was no need to hesitate.
I'd be honored.
And so, my new life began.
2 months later, Kirkland Trading, Overseas Division.
It had been nearly 2 months since I joined Kirkland Trading.
Shortly after Abigail's suggestion, I had an interview with HR.
Since I had visited the company numerous times for sales, many employees already knew me. I doubted my grandfather had expected this turn of events. Though my dismissal was public knowledge, it seemed he hadn't had the chance to sabotage my prospects here. This time, I decided I wouldn't hide the truth. When asked, I was upfront. I had left because my grandfather, the president, and I didn't see eye to eye. Judging by the knowing expressions on the HR team's faces, my grandfather's overbearing nature was no secret.
And just like that, I officially joined the company, reshaping the overseas strategy. Kirkland Trading wasn't faring well internationally.
Recalling my previous experiences, I dove headfirst into analyzing the confectionery market in various countries. While the company was well known in Japan, it was still largely unknown abroad.
We need to simplify the brand name for English-speaking markets. How about shortening Kirkland it to KLA? Drawing from the lessons of my last job, I prioritized feedback from local staff. We also began tailoring products to regional tastes.
For example, in the US, we increased sweetness, while in Asia, we emphasized fruity flavors. Tom, we just got word from the Indonesia office. They say our products are catching on as KLA sweets. Building brand recognition was our first goal, and we were slowly seeing results. Next week, I was scheduled for a business trip to Europe. As I reviewed my proposal, I realized something. I genuinely enjoyed my work.
Tom, you seem to be doing well.
Haha, yeah.
This job is really fulfilling. I'm loving it. That's a relief. One of the best parts of joining this company?
I got to see her smile every day. It was enough to make me grin to myself.
Too bad you have plans tomorrow, Tom. I was hoping we could do something.
Ah, yeah.
But if I finish early, let's meet up at night.
I'll text you.
Really? I can't wait. But don't push yourself, okay?
See you later. Grateful that Abigail took the time to stop by, I downed the energy drink in one gulp.
Then, I looked at my phone again. I had known this moment would come eventually. But I hadn't expected them to summon me tomorrow.
I was thinking about what he was going to say next, but more than that, I just wanted to get through tomorrow quickly so I could see Abigail. The next day, I arrived at the villa again at the designated time.
Yes, it was my grandfather who had called me there.
But unlike before, he seemed to be in a surprisingly good mood. Tom, it seems you finally understood my way of thinking. I never expected you to transfer to Kirkland Trading. You better not let that girl slip away. With this, our plans can move forward even faster. What are you talking about? You only arranged this engagement to secure your company's future, didn't you? When I said that, my grandfather smirked, rested his elbow on the armrest, and spoke to me. You understand quite well, don't you? If you're on Kirkland Trading's side, a merger will be much easier. And once that happens, I'll make you the president. See? Our company will be secure. A merger? What the hell are you talking about, Grandpa? Kirkland Trading is way bigger than our company overall. And that's exactly why. Right now, we only specialize in beverages, but Kirkland Trading covers everything from snacks to food products. By marrying the Kirkland heiress, you'll create a direct pipeline between our companies. Then, you can slowly start acquiring shares through her position. Eventually, under the pretext of a business integration, we'll combine our product development strength with their distribution network, making it an appealing deal for both sides. That way, we'll gain effective control over everything. You'll be the one leading both companies. This is how a true business leader thinks. I'm never going along with that. Tom. For some reason, as I looked at my grandfather, my frustration faded into something closer to sadness. Grandpa, please face reality. People are already talking about how extreme the quotas have become. It's gotten so bad that a strike wouldn't be surprising. Quota increases? I've never heard of such a thing. Of course not. The biggest shock for me after returning from overseas was how different the company felt compared to when I first joined. Every morning, the sales department desks have papers labeled this month's mandatory quota. Employees who don't meet their targets are forced to stay late and write apology letters. Young employees are quitting one after another, but no one dares to speak up. That's ridiculous. Grandpa, if you remember your early days selling drinks door to door, you should know. Wasn't this company built on trust and connections with people? But now, all we do is chase numbers. Are the employees' voices really reaching you? What about the people working on the ground? Is this really the company you wanted to protect? For a brief moment, my grandfather's expression wavered. And this reckless acquisition? Is there really no one around you who opposes it? I turned my back on my grandfather. The passion of the company's founder, who once worked so hard to sell his products, had now become nothing more than a hollow ideal. That's why I'm telling you to face reality. Saying that, I walked away from my grandfather. I called Abigail from the station and arranged to meet at the same station where we had watched a movie together before. The sun was already setting, and as I stepped out of the ticket gate, I saw Abigail waiting, bathed in the warm evening glow. I staggered toward her and, without thinking, pulled her into an embrace. Tom? There. Sorry. Even though I told myself it would only be for a moment, I couldn't stop my tears as she held me. A month passed after that, as if nothing had happened. Work was going smoothly, and the collaborative product I had previously worked on was finally moving into production. It was a collaboration between Kirkland Trading's popular crunchy textured gummy candy and my grandfather's company's probiotic drink. The product was already receiving great feedback within the company, and ads had been launched on social media. With the hype building up, we had even planned a pre-release event in a prime location where young people gathered. I was no longer directly involved in the project, but Spencer pulled some strings and got me assigned to the event support team. I was also happy to be working with Abigail again after a long time. But then, a week before the event, it happened. Wait, hold on a second. You can't just cancel now. We've already set everything in motion. This isn't just about us, your side will suffer losses too. Abigail's voice echoed through the sales department office.
What's going on? They suddenly want to scrap the whole deal. I'm going over there now. Wait. I'm coming too.
The product had already been approved on their end. There was no way they would suddenly cancel it like this.
I had a really bad feeling.
It had been months since I last set foot in my old company. But there was no time for nostalgia now. While I parked the car, Abigail was at the reception desk arranging for a meeting.
Abigail, how did it go?
Tom, Mr. Norris is here right now, so he'll be handling this personally.
What? My grandfather, who usually spent his time at the villa or being entertained at business dinners, just happened to be in the office at this moment? That only made my bad feeling even worse. But after everything we had worked on, I couldn't let it be destroyed now.
Abigail, let's go.
Okay. I grabbed Abigail's hand and headed toward the president's office.
It was probably my words that had ignited my grandfather's actions.
Our relationship had finally reached the point of no return.
I knocked on the door of the president's office, a place I had rarely set foot in, and stepped inside. The room was filled with cigar smoke. Sitting in the back, puffing on a cigar, was my grandfather, Mr. Norris. Beside him stood Vice President Theo.
Abigail held back a cough and bowed her head. I apologize for the sudden visit. My name is Abigail from Kirkland Trading.
I received a call saying that our business agreement was being canceled,
and I came to ask for an explanation. Before she could finish, my grandfather ground out his cigar and let out an intimidating ah. Abigail, it's because of your company's mistake.
A mistake? Was it your potato chips? I heard they had to be recalled. How can we be expected to associate with a company dealing with that kind of issue? Obviously, you'll be covering all the losses.
He glanced at Theo as if confirming his point while pressuring Abigail. The potato chip incident he was referring to had indeed happened.
A social media post had gone viral, showing a bag of chips with more burnt pieces than usual. However, there had been no recall. Due to the nature of the machinery, such products inevitably appear on rare occasions. In fact, we had already sent instructions on how to handle such cases in response to that post, and everything had been resolved.
Most likely, my grandfather, who doesn't use social media,
heard an exaggerated version of the story from someone and intends to drive down the stock value of Kirkland Trading to make it easier for a merger or acquisition. We handled that situation with the utmost sincerity, and it has no impact on the new product launch.
Even if you say that, what was it called again? Risk management, Mr. Norris.
Yes, that's it, Abigail.
The problem is that you only act after something goes wrong.
This is ridiculous. Abigail, sensing there was no room for negotiation, looked like she was about to collapse. I quickly caught her and moved her slightly behind me.
This isn't how I wanted things to be. What are you talking about, Tom? If Kirkland Trading becomes one of our subsidiaries, I'll consider making you the president.
You've got nothing to worry about.
Ha ha ha.
As expected of Mr. Norris. It's because of your boldness and foresight that this company has grown so much. Only a founder could make a decision like this. This merger will surely succeed. At Theo's words, my grandfather nodded in satisfaction.
Ha! What a shame.
In that case, we'll just take over your company instead. After all, this place will soon be without a president.
My grandfather kept laughing, not even registering the meaning of my words.
But Theo, standing beside him, had gone pale.
Seeing Theo's reaction,
my grandfather finally stopped laughing and, with sweat forming on his brow, turned to me.
What do you mean by that?
I took a deep breath, downed the tea that had been prepared, clenched my fist tightly, and glared straight at my grandfather. I will demand your removal as president at the shareholders' meeting.
What?
A shareholders' meeting. When my father was alive, he quietly secured 2/3 of the company's shares and split them between my mother and me. He knew better than anyone how short-tempered you are. It was a precaution, just in case. And now, that just in case has come. My grandfather, eyes wide in shock, was too stunned to even wipe the sweat from his face. Theo rushed to his side, shaking his shoulder. "Mr. Norris, get a hold of yourself. Even if what he says is true, we can still turn this around. The company isn't going anywhere." "That's true. The company won't disappear, but there will be a complete overhaul. Actually, now's as good a time as any." I took out my phone and made a call. A few moments later, a knock echoed through the silent room. "Come in." "Excuse me." "Wow, so this is the president's office." "First time I've been in here." "Gotta say, you were quicker than I expected, Tom. You already know the situation, Matthew." The person I had just called was Matthew. Well, I was getting pretty pissed off myself, so I don't mind. "Oh, Mr. Norris, Theo, nice to meet you. I'm Matthew from the sales department. I was in charge of the project you just decided to cancel." With a sarcastic smile aimed at both of them, Matthew slammed several thick files onto the table in the center of the room. "I know this is a lot to go through, so I'll break it down for you. Here's a graph showing the increasing sales quotas for regional salespeople over the past year, along with a graph of their actual achievement rates. And this is the average amount employees have had to pay out of their own pockets when they failed to meet their quotas. Wow, even I have to admit, this company is seriously messed up." And finally, this is a list of employee feedback, or should I say, complaints from the headquarters staff. Were you aware of this situation, Mr. Norris? And by the way, Theo, isn't it a little unfair to be blowing company money on your favorite hostess clubs? How do you know about that? You bastard. As Mr. Norris and Theo lost their composure, Matthew calmly stacked the files back together. The truth was, on the day I was fired, Matthew had approached me with a proposition. Blackmail material? Keep your voice down. When I first joined, I had a feeling this company was heading downhill. So I started collecting bits of information here and there. Figured it might come in handy one day. I like to be smart about these things. And what's the deal you're offering me? You can use this information however you want. In exchange, you want me to forget how you used me as your gopher? Ha, turns out you're smarter than I gave you credit for. Now that he had neatly packed up the files, Matthew turned to us. All right, I'm heading back. Oh, Abigail. Yes? Man, a 2-year age difference really does make you an old man. I don't think I have the guts to pull off something this bold just yet. Well then. See you. With a smirk in my direction, Matthew left like a storm passing through. When I turned back, my grandfather was slumped onto the couch, looking utterly drained. At some point, Theo had slipped out through a side door. Grandpa. Tom. Are you really going to remove me from my position? If your mother, that woman, is on board with this, then this is revenge, isn't it? I've never once heard Mom say a bad word about you. What? If all I ever heard was bad things about you, do you think I would have even considered working here? Mom, and probably Dad too. They knew about your temper. But they also knew deep down you were kind. This company was founded on connections with people and bringing them security, wasn't it? Just then, Abigail slowly stepped beside me. Kirkland Trading takes great pride in our products. But the reason we finally felt ready to take on something new was because of this collaboration with your company. Your products have been bringing people comfort for years. I see. I had distanced myself too far from the people on the ground. I was only focused on the size and survival of the company. It was for Dad, wasn't it? Mom told me. She said this company was something you built with everything you had, for my father, who lost his mother at a young age. You raised him on your own while pedaling around, selling your products every day.
And now that he's gone, expanding this company became your dream.
She said that. My grandfather's voice trembled. He had lost his wife too soon and struggled to raise his son alone. Then, he lost his son at a young age and, in his grief, lashed out at his daughter-in-law, calling her a burden and casting her aside. And yet, the woman he had rejected so harshly had understood his struggles and his dreams all along. That realization had left him speechless.
You've been doing everything for Dad, haven't you? Mom always knew that. Let's start over, Grandpa. And this time, don't try to do it all alone. You have me, Mom, and now, a whole team of people who believe in you.
Abigail gently placed her hand over my clenched fist.
My grandfather, watching the scene, rubbed his eyes and muttered in a shaky voice.
Starting over at this age, huh? I guess I'll have to rely on everyone.
You can do it.
You built all of this from nothing. You're the best role model I've got.
Tom.
Harvey?
Huh? No, never mind. Just my imagination.
Abigail and I walked over to my grandfather, who still looked exhausted, and together, we each took one of his hands.
2 months later. Today was finally the nationwide release day for the collaborative gummy product.
By the afternoon, social media was flooded with reviews, and the company's sales boost was already a sure thing. The pre-release event had gone off without a hitch, and thanks to the strong pre-launch buzz, the response had been overwhelmingly positive.
The best part? People were saying it was delicious.
My grandfather stepped down from his position as president before the shareholders' meeting even took place. Kevin, the first HR director my grandfather ever hired when he started the company, was appointed as the new president. As for Theo, his embezzlement was gradually uncovered, leading to his dismissal. The one who set all of this in motion, Matthew, volunteered for an overseas assignment and is now in the US. The only thing I ever lost to you was overseas experience, he said, giving me a reason I didn't fully understand before leaving Japan without hesitation. Apparently, he's working hard at whatever job he can find to perfect his English. And now, Abigail and I were sitting in my family home, facing my grandfather and mother. Before my upcoming business trip overseas, we had decided together that we should formally greet both of our families. We had already met with Abigail's parents, but for some reason, I was far more nervous about meeting my own family. Not to mention, seeing my grandfather and mother sitting side by side still felt unfamiliar. After resigning as president, my grandfather stayed on as an advisor with half his previous salary, going around to various company sites. It was during one of these visits that he happened to run into my mother, who was working as a sales representative for his products. My mother had told me not to mention it, but by then, she had already risen to the position of a team leader. Upon realizing this, my grandfather reportedly broke down in tears on the spot. He had repeatedly apologized to her. That encounter had slowly begun to bridge the gap between them.
Grandpa, Mom.
This is Abigail. We've been in a relationship with marriage in mind, and, well, we're getting married. Since our engagement had originally been arranged without my consent, I still wasn't sure how to phrase this properly. When I met Abigail's parents, she had helped me out, but this time, I was on my own.
My name is Abigail.
My meeting with Tom was quite an unexpected fate, but I want to walk through life with him. I may not be perfect, but I look forward to becoming part of this family. She spoke smoothly and bowed her head, leaving me stunned. My mother shot me a glance. Panicking, I quickly bowed my head as well. Please, can we have your blessings? I blurted out. Both of you, lift your heads, my grandfather said. When I looked up, I saw his face on the verge of tears. My mother handed him a tissue, and he desperately wiped his nose and eyes. Still in that state, he spoke. Abigail, Tom really is becoming more and more like his father, Harvey. Stubborn, never listening to his parents, but always looking out for others. He brought home a wonderful wife, introduced me to an adorable grandchild.
The only fool in this story is the one who's not here anymore. Paul. Sorry. When I saw Abigail holding Tom's hand, it reminded me.
The day Harvey took his wife's hand and walked out of this house.
But I also remembered something else. When he was little, he used to hold my hand every day as I headed to the research lab.
My grandfather let out a small chuckle, his face full of nostalgia.
Dad, are you wearing your scientist coat again today? That's right. My job is to keep everyone healthy. Pretty cool, huh? That's awesome.
If you do that, maybe no more kids will lose their moms.
Harvey, are you still sad?
A little.
But since I have you, it's only half as bad. Come on, Dad, let's go. He said all that, and then he went and got sick himself. Sorry, I went off on a tangent. My grandfather blew his nose again before looking at us once more.
There are countless things I need to apologize for, but right now, I want to give you two my full support.
Grandpa.
Tom, take good care of Abigail.
Mom. I will. We left the house and walked for a while.
Abigail looked up at the sky and murmured,
I wish I could have met your father. Yeah, we should go tell him the news. You know, I really feel like your father brought all of this together.
You, your grandfather and mother reconnecting.
Maybe I'm just being sentimental, but thinking that way makes me feel like I've met him, too. You might be right.
Apparently, he was quite the meddler.
So, I should make sure not to.
I stopped mid-sentence, turned to Abigail, and took her hand. Then, I gently slid a ring onto her right hand's ring finger.
I will spend my life making you happy. Abigail, will you marry me?
Under the vast blue sky, Abigail sobbed uncontrollably while I gently tried to comfort her. The sunlight reflected off the ring on her finger, illuminating her tears as they sparkled in the light.
The phrase "never forget your beginnings" is something everyone has probably heard before.
It's a saying that carries great importance precisely because it's so difficult to follow. In life, the path ahead can change suddenly, without warning.
There will be times when we become so consumed by the moment that we forget everything else. But no matter how many twists and turns our journey takes, what truly matters is holding on to the kind of beginning that we can always find our way back to.
There's nothing for an old guy like you to do here except clean the bathrooms.
After 10 long years, I finally returned to my IT company in Tokyo.
On my first day back, I was greeted by a self-proclaimed elite young employee who had no idea who I was. Mistaking me for a mid-career hire, he went as far as ordering me to clean the bathrooms.
All right, I'll do it.
Just as I was about to accept the task out of sheer resignation, it happened.
What are you making him do?
Without him, this company wouldn't even exist.
What?
A stunning woman suddenly stepped in and revealed my true identity, turning the young employee's face deathly pale.
My name is Keith.
I'm a 35-year-old employee at DreamTech Incorporated, an IT venture company in Tokyo.
10 years.
It felt long, yet it passed in the blink of an eye.
The glass-walled elevator ascended quietly.
Gazing at the vast cityscape beyond the windows, I reflected on the long journey that led me here. For a certain reason, I had to leave this company for the past 10 years. And today was my first day back in a decade. Whoa! As the elevator doors opened, I gasped at the sight before me.
The company I had last seen was unrecognizable. A spacious office floor. Rows of cutting-edge computers lined up behind sleek glass partitions, giving off an air of openness.
Employees, dressed in stylish casual wear, bustled about, moving with purpose.
It sure has changed.
Yes, over the past 10 years, this company had undergone a massive transformation. Back then, it was a small, unknown startup still trying to find its footing. Now, it had grown into a corporation with over 1,000 employees. The warm, somewhat chaotic atmosphere of the past had faded, replaced by the polished professionalism of a top-tier company.
Of course, I'm happy the company has grown.
But, for some reason, I also feel a little lonely.
With mixed emotions, I walked down the hallway.
A young man walking towards me suddenly stopped when he saw me.
He looked to be in his early 20s.
His outfit and hairstyle screamed trend-conscious youth.
"Good morning."
I greeted him, but instead of returning the greeting, he simply gave me a once-over, scanning me from head to toe.
Then, "Old guy, are you a mid-career hire?"
He smirked as he threw those words at me.
"Ha! Never seen your face before. Figured you were some new hire. Mid-career recruit?" Well, he wasn't entirely wrong.
Given his age, he must have joined the company while I was away. Of course, he wouldn't know my face, but still.
"My name is Keith."
"Have you heard of me before?"
"Ha! No way. Why would I know some mid-career old guy?"
He scoffed and held up his employee ID in front of me, as if to assert his status.
"By the way, I'm Aaron.
Just joined this year, but, well, I'm on a different level from the other newbies." His badge read Sales Department.
Without being asked, Aaron started talking on his own.
"I graduated from a top-tier university to get into this company, you know. I had offers from major corporations left and right. But I chose this place because I knew it would be the best place to showcase my talents.
After all,
despite being a startup just a little over 10 years old, we're on the verge of leading the industry." The way he spoke made it clear that he saw himself as the elite of the elite. His face practically screamed self-confidence.
"Keith, was it?
Where did you work before this?"
Don't tell me, a convenience store or something?" "Ha! No, I knew it. Look, if we start hiring just anyone because we're short on staff, the overall quality of our employees is only going to drop. Management really needs to consider the impact on the frontline workers." Aaron let out an exaggerated sigh.
Then, all of a sudden, he clapped his hands together and said, "Oh, I know.
"Oh,
I just thought of the perfect task for you, Keith.
as your senior, I'd like to assign you some work."
Work?
"Yeah, and it's just the right fit. Keith, you can clean the bathrooms."
What? When I looked puzzled, Aaron frowned slightly and said, "Did you not hear me?"
"Cleaning the bathrooms. Isn't it obvious?"
That's about the only job a mid-career old guy like you can handle.
You're so slow.
At least try to use your brain, even if it's not much."
"But I actually have somewhere to be."
"Oh, I get it. You don't even know where the bathrooms are."
"Fine, I'll do you a favor and show you the way. Come on."
Grinning, he grabbed my arm and pulled me along. He led me straight to the nearest restroom.
"All right, here you go.
The cleaning supplies are inside."
"Okay."
With his arms crossed at the entrance, Aaron was clearly planning to stand there and make sure I actually did the cleaning. Resigned, I rolled up my sleeves and was just about to step into the bathroom.
"What do you think you're doing?"
A sharp voice echoed through the hallway, making both of us turn around at once. Standing there was a woman so striking that she immediately drew attention. Short, stylishly cut hair framed her sharp, cool features. Her intelligent gaze was accentuated by a sleek blouse and a pair of form-fitting skinny pants that highlighted her flawless figure. Her simple yet sophisticated office attire only enhanced her beauty and commanding presence.
"What exactly do you think you're doing, Keith, the president?" In that moment, Aaron's expression shifted. "Ha! President."
His face paled as he looked back and forth between me and the woman.
"President. Wait, Melanie, do you know this guy?"
The woman, called Meline, narrowed her eyes and scolded him in a stern tone.
"I saw everything. Do you even realize what you were trying to make him do? You have no idea who he is, do you? Ha! Wait, what? Aaron's confusion had reached its peak.
The woman's employee badge read Director of Corporate Strategy.
Seeing those words, a wave of realization washed over me.
At last, I had made it back to her.
Well, Melanie. He was just showing me around. You know, since the office moved locations during the past 10 years.
Is that so?
Yeah. Aaron, I really appreciate your help.
Ha! I smiled at him, and he visibly stiffened. The color drained from his face.
Keith, don't tell me you're.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Melanie placed a hand on my shoulder and told Aaron firmly.
He's the one who founded this company.
It's a well-known story, isn't it? DreamTech was created by 2 college classmates. And one of them is Keith.
Aaron's eyes widened in shock, and he was left speechless.
Yes, just as Melanie said, I was one of the founders of DreamTech.
On paper, the official CEO was the other founder, but in reality, we ran the company together as co-leaders.
That's why Melanie had always referred to me as president.
She, too, was one of our college classmates and had been with us since the very beginning, making her the longest-serving member of the company.
So, who's going to be cleaning the bathroom now?
Wait, that's...
No way. Melanie glanced at me for a brief moment. That alone was enough to make Aaron tremble.
Cold sweat formed on his forehead as he frantically shook his head.
And then,
Keith! A voice called out as a man approached, raising one hand in greeting.
Of course, I'll handle the cleaning.
Panicked, Aaron scrambled into the men's restroom, disappearing inside.
Well, you finally made it back, Keith.
10 years.
It was a hell of a ride, huh?
The man who strode toward me grabbed my shoulder firmly.
I'm back, Travis. Come on. Don't talk to me like some stiff executive.
We haven't seen each other in forever.
At least act like you missed me. Yeah. I'm home, Travis.
As I smiled, the CEO, my best friend Travis, grinned back at me, his laughter bold and carefree. Then, he held out his hand.
Welcome back, buddy.
That voice, that laugh, the firm grip of his handshake. Everything about it was nostalgic, familiar, and deeply comforting. I felt my eyes sting as emotions welled up inside me.
Until I met Travis, my life had been nothing but a dull, gray blur. When I was in elementary school, I lost my parents in an accident. From then on, I was bounced from one relative's home to another. The distant relatives who finally took me in were only after my parents' inheritance.
At 18, when there was barely any money left, they handed me what little remained and kicked me out.
So, I'm really all alone now.
I quietly entered a university in Tokyo, living day to day without purpose. I had no dreams, no future to look forward to.
Why was I even alive? At times, I even wished I could reunite with my parents sooner. Then, one day,
"Hey, you're that full-ride scholarship student, right?
Man, you must be crazy smart."
The one who reached out to me was my classmate, Travis.
"I'm gonna be a CEO one day. With the power of IT, I'm gonna make people happy, not just in Japan, but all over the world." That's like being a hero. Don't you think?
Ha! Travis's catchphrase was, "Once I graduate, I'm starting my own company and becoming the best CEO in the world."
I thought he was utterly reckless. Honestly, I even looked down on him a little. And yet, Keith, why don't we do it together? What? With your brains, we'd be unstoppable.
Lend me your strength, or better yet, let's build this company together.
No one had ever needed me except for him.
He was the only one who recognized me, the only one who believed in my potential. I can't even begin to describe how much that meant to me.
Could someone like me really bring happiness to others? That was the moment I felt, for the first time, a reason to keep living. That night, the three of us went out for drinks. Melanie had planned a small celebration for my return.
As she sipped her drink, she let out a small chuckle.
But to think you two actually started a company while still in college. Looking back, that took incredible determination. Yeah, it really did. If you're going to take action, you might as well do it early. That's my motto.
In our senior year of college, Travis and I raised funds online and actually launched our company.
Later, recognizing Melanie's talent for management, we brought her on board as well.
The three of us struggled together, overcame countless obstacles together. We shared the joy of our successes and chased the same dream together. The dream of using IT to make people around the world happier. This company has grown so much since then, but we're still far from being the best in the world. Travis downed his beer in one gulp, then placed his glass on the table with a serious expression. He turned to me and gave my shoulder a firm pat.
That's why we're counting on you, Keith. You're going to use everything you've learned over these 10 years to take DreamTech even further, right?
Yeah. I met Travis's gaze and nodded. Of course. These past 10 years, I had been away from them for the future of DreamTech. Thanks to Travis's family connections, I spent those years working within his relatives' companies, studying cutting-edge IT technology and advanced business strategies. DreamTech had grown into a powerhouse thanks to Travis's bold leadership, Melanie's exceptional management skills, and I'd like to believe that the knowledge I fed back to them over the years played a role as well.
Keith, I know these 10 years weren't easy for you.
Yeah. But now, I want you to directly share what you've learned with our employees.
That will make DreamTech even stronger. Global expansion is no longer just a dream. That would be nice. Alright, then let's toast again to the next big step for DreamTech. As Travis cheerfully ordered another round of drinks, I wondered if he had noticed that I had deliberately kept my words vague. That I wasn't entirely on board with the idea of DreamTech growing even bigger. Welcome home, Keith. I turned to find Melanie watching me intently.
There was a slight hesitation in her gaze, almost as if she was holding back something, and maybe even a hint of sadness.
After the party.
Since we were heading in the same direction, Melanie and I decided to walk home together. The cool night air felt refreshing, helping to clear my slightly tipsy head.
For a while, we walked in silence. Keith, I've been waiting for this day for so long. For you to come back.
Melanie quietly opened her mouth to speak, gazing at me. Her words made my heart skip a beat.
Keith, I've always loved you. I don't want you to go anywhere ever again.
She had confessed to me right before I left 10 years ago. I still remember the surprise I felt, and the sincerity in her eyes.
Not once had I forgotten that moment. But back then, you never gave me an answer. You just left. I'm sorry.
The reason was, because Travis had feelings for Melanie too. Knowing that, I couldn't bring myself to betray my best friend, so I left without ever telling her that I had loved her too.
I'm still waiting, you know. What? This time, I want a proper answer. Melanie smiled at me, but once again, I found myself unable to say anything. The next day,
standing in front of a large screen, I faced about 20 employees, all watching me with a mix of anticipation and uncertainty. They were DreamTech's top system engineers.
Alright, this is the culmination of 10 years of work.
Taking a deep breath to calm the slight nervousness I felt, I began to speak.
Today, I've gathered you all here to introduce a new AI-powered programming assistance system.
As I tapped on my tablet, graphs and diagrams appeared on the screen. A few gasps of surprise rippled through the room. Compared to conventional systems, this one increases coding speed by 3 times and improves error detection accuracy from 80% to 98%.
The murmurs of surprise grew louder, clearly reaching my ears.
The numbers seemed almost too good to be true.
Even I understood that.
But these 10 years had been for this very moment. I had studied cutting-edge IT technology at various companies, feeding my knowledge back to DreamTech while honing my own skills. And finally, I completed the system that would become a new pillar of DreamTech. That determination was what sustained me through 10 long years.
That's not all. This system's AI has an advanced understanding of natural language. It can accurately interpret a programmer's intent. For example, my voice trembled slightly as I spoke into the microphone. At the very back of the room, Melanie gave me a reassuring nod, silently telling me it's okay. Encouraged, I took a deep breath and said, "Dream System, create a payment processing feature for an online shop." A brief moment of silence. Then, line after line of code began appearing on the screen. And then, within just a few seconds, a flawless payment system code was completed. "This is incredible!" A young engineer, eyes wide with amazement, blurted out in excitement. His eyes shone with pure exhilaration. "With this system, development time will be drastically reduced. And the quality will definitely improve. This is revolutionary!" Excited voices erupted from every corner of the room. Some engineers stood up, pumping their fists in excitement. Others were hugging each other in joy. Yes, the faces of these people who support the company every day, filled with joy. This is what I wanted to see. In that moment, the struggles of the past 10 years felt completely worth it, and a deep emotion welled up inside me. "Let's implement this system immediately, Keith." An older engineer leaned forward, his voice urgent with enthusiasm. I nodded. Of course. But then, I addressed everyone. However, this system is just a tool. The future of DreamTech still relies on your skills and creativity. I deeply respect all of you. And I ask for your continued support in pushing this company forward. Placing the microphone down, I bowed deeply to everyone in the room. A moment of silence filled the room, and then, thunderous applause erupted. "Welcome back, Keith." At someone's call, my eyes grew hot, and I could no longer stop my vision from blurring. Melanie, wiping her eyes with a handkerchief, smiled gently at me. "I'm back, and I look forward to working with all of you again." 3 months later, the AI-assisted system had been implemented across the company, producing results beyond expectations. "We did it, Keith." Travis grabbed my shoulders, his face lit up with uncontrollable excitement. "Our numbers are skyrocketing. We've never seen growth like this in the history of the company." "Yeah." The graph displayed on the conference room screen. Seeing it, I was so shocked that I doubted my own eyes. "Incredible. What are you acting so surprised for?" "This is all thanks to you, Keith." Travis clapped me on the back with a forceful thud. His eyes gleamed, practically radiating excitement as he looked up at the graph again. "We've been steadily growing, but things had plateaued recently. But Keith, ever since you came back 3 months ago, our sales have doubled compared to the previous month. And they've been climbing ever since. It was all thanks to the AI-powered development support system. With significantly improved efficiency, even complex projects that used to take ages could now be completed in record time with fewer people. As a result, we were able to take on more projects, and our stagnant revenue had roared back to life. This is our chance. We need to push for more contracts and drive sales even higher. I'll get the sales team fired up right away." Travis's voice trembled with excitement as he reached for his phone to contact the sales department. But something about his urgency made me furrow my brows. "Wait. Isn't this enough?" "What?" In that moment, the joyous atmosphere in the conference room completely shifted. "What are you talking about, Keith? What do you mean, enough?" Travis's voice dropped in tone, his enthusiasm replaced with suspicion. I hesitated for a moment, but I knew I couldn't back down now. Taking a deep breath, I turned to face him directly, meeting his displeased expression head-on. There's something that's been bothering me ever since I came back. It was the insane amount of overtime. Every time I left the office at the official closing time, the hallways were eerily empty. When I asked around, I found that no one could even remember the last time they had left work on time. At some point while I was away, excessive overtime had become the norm. Especially in these last 3 months, with the increase in projects, there's no way people aren't exhausted. Honestly, they look exhausted. Employee well-being is just as much a part of management as revenue growth. So I turned to Travis, hoping he'd see the problem. But his response was, "So what? What? They like their jobs, Keith. They're working hard because they want to. Why should I stop them?" Travis, are you seriously saying that? Yeah. I'm lucky to be surrounded by such dedicated employees. A faint smile even appeared on his face. Travis casually spoke, as if it were nothing. Travis, if that's your mindset as CEO, then this company's overtime problem is never going to be fixed. Well, of course not. It's not like I'm making them stay late. They choose to. They choose to. At that moment, a deep sense of unease settled in my gut. Later, as I walked down the hallway after leaving the conference room, I found myself rubbing my temples. My conversation with Travis kept replaying in my mind. What happened to you, Travis? At this rate, everyone is going to collapse. Was there anything I could do? I kept searching for a solution, thinking and thinking, until suddenly, it hit me. That's it, the system. And the next day, I took matters into my own hands, calling on each department and gathering all the key managers. Everyone, how about trying out a new system on a trial basis? With this idea in mind, I immediately got to work. I modified the AI-powered development support system used by the engineering department so that other departments could utilize it as well. Last night, I worked until the early hours, finally managing to shape it into something usable. I'm sure you've already heard about the success in the development department. If we implement this system, it will increase work efficiency and reduce overtime. At first, everyone listened with skeptical expressions. But as I persisted in explaining and persuading them, interest gradually started to grow. All right. If it benefits my team, I'm willing to give it a try. The first to agree was the head of the sales department. That sparked a chain reaction, and one after another, people began raising their hands, saying, "We'd like to implement it too." Everyone. I wasn't the only one who saw the problem and wanted to do something about it. With a newfound sense of support, I immediately set to work on deploying the system. 2 weeks later. Thank you, Keith. One day, a young employee from the sales department approached me. He looked a little tired, but at the same time, he wore a bright, relieved smile. Thanks to you, our overtime has significantly decreased. No matter how busy we are, somehow, we always manage to finish by closing time. I really appreciate it. I see, that's great to hear. Similar reports had been pouring in from other departments as well. Overtime had drastically decreased across the company, yet revenue continued to rise. Even Travis shouldn't have any complaints about this. Internally, I celebrated with a silent fist pump. I wish you were the CEO, Keith. What? Everyone's saying it. That if you were in charge, well, instead of Travis. Tell me more about that. When I leaned in, Timothy hesitated, struggling to find the right words, but eventually, he agreed to talk on the condition that no one would know he was the one who told me. What? The moment I heard what he said, I felt a shock so deep it nearly turned my vision black. The next day, Travis summoned me to the CEO's office. How dare you act on your own like that? With a loud slam, he pounded his fist on the desk the moment I walked in. Without even consulting me, the CEO, you introduced some ridiculous system and unilaterally reduced overtime? Just who the hell do you think you are? Keith. Calm down, Travis. I admit I should have spoken to you first. But what's the problem with reducing overtime? Thanks to increased efficiency, people no longer need to work late. Shut up. Travis slammed his fist onto the desk again. And then, words so shocking that I could hardly believe my ears came out of his mouth. If we can maintain these numbers without overtime, then imagine how much more we could make with it. You just threw away an opportunity for even higher profits. You've cost the company money, Keith. Was this really the same Travis I had known? The Travis I remembered valued his employees above all else. He would never have put profits over their well-being. You've changed, Travis. What did you just say? You no longer deserve to be CEO.
His face instantly flushed red with anger. I simply stood there, watching my old friend.
Strangely, the deeper my anger grew, the calmer I felt.
I heard something from one of the employees, Travis.
You've been pressuring them, haven't you? Pressuring them?
You said they were working overtime on their own. But if the CEO keeps pushing them with increased the revenue demands,
that's no different from forcing them.
Employees have no choice but to work late every day to meet your expectations.
And on top of that, employees who refuse to work overtime. Employees who worked late but couldn't meet their targets. Employees who had personal circumstances preventing them from staying late. Travis pressured them all, making their working conditions unbearable until they resigned on their own.
That was the reality of DreamTech, a reality that had left me stunned when I heard it from a young employee.
Stop this, Travis.
I've seen a lot in the outside world, both good and bad.
Companies that overwork their employees eventually lose momentum. Yes, producing results is important, but the employees themselves matter even more. Employees can always be replaced. A CEO's job is to seize every opportunity and grow the company. Don't talk about them like they're disposable.
That kind of mindset is why DreamTech has such a high turnover rate.
Let's be honest, right now. This company is nothing short of a black company.
That's just idealistic nonsense, Keith.
Your naive thinking won't protect this company.
I'm the one who's kept DreamTech alive for the past 10 years.
Our argument escalated, our voices so loud they could probably be heard outside the CEO's office.
Neither of us was willing to back down, and the deep rift between two friends who were once inseparable had become undeniable.
And then, if you keep going against me, I'll fire you, Keith, even you.
You may have been a co-founder in practice, but right now, you hold no official title.
It would be very easy to kick you out. Is that how you threatened Melanie too? Melanie?
Melanie had also noticed Travis's change early on and had tried to warn him. I heard it from her directly. But when he threatened to fire her if she kept opposing him, she had no choice but to stay silent. If she left, there would be no one left to protect the employees from Travis.
You don't care about Melanie anymore, either? I knew you had feelings for her, and that's why Ha! Travis scoffed at my words. And then, the only thing that matters is growing this company.
There's nothing else more important.
Travis. At this moment,
the rift between us had become something that could never be mended. In the end, I couldn't change Travis's mind.
With a heavy heart, I left the CEO's office.
And there, at the end of the hallway, stood Melanie, her face filled with concern.
I could hear your voices all the way out here. Are you okay, Keith? No. I shook my head weakly. Melanie murmured, I see.
As her expression darkened. I'm sorry, while you were gone, I let DreamTech turn into this.
Melanie, you've done more than enough. You've been protecting everyone this whole time. Even while dealing with her own exhausting workload, she took on extra tasks to lighten the burden on others.
She had repeatedly spoken up, trying to remind Travis that employees were more than just numbers. And even when she was on the verge of being pushed out, she remained the last line of defense for the employees. I really wanted the three of us to keep chasing our dreams together, just like before. But Melanie looked toward the CEO's office, a bittersweet smile on her face. Seeing that expression made my chest tighten with sorrow. Had Travis really forgotten our dream? Hey, Keith, do you remember? We were assigned to the same seminar in our junior year. That was the first time we ever talked. Yeah, I remember. Back then, Melanie had been a completely different person. She was timid, reserved, and always unsure of herself. Then, at some point, she suddenly became more confident, more outspoken. I had always wondered what had caused that change. Keith, thanks to you, I was able to change myself. Wait, me? It was back when we had to form groups for a seminar project. Melanie, who was easily pushed around, was forced to take on the responsibility by her group members. Left with no choice, she stayed in the lab late into the night, preparing the presentation all by herself. That was when I happened to walk in. I had forgotten something and returned to retrieve it. This is your work, Melanie? It's amazing. Ha! I understood everything at a glance. That's a real talent. Apparently, that's what I had said when I saw the poster she had made. For her, it was the first time someone had ever acknowledged her efforts. And in that moment, the first spark of confidence was born. I had no confidence, no dreams, but I wanted to find something I could do. I wanted to build my self-esteem and discover a dream of my own. That was the moment I decided to start improving myself. And you were the one who gave me that push. Through her relentless efforts, Melanie eventually discovered her talent for management. Seeing her potential, I recruited her to DreamTech when we first started the company. And at some point, she became more than just a colleague. From the moment you acknowledged me. I've loved you, Keith. As the evening sun poured through the window, Melanie smiled at me. She smiled, yet her eyes gazed at me with unwavering seriousness. She's beautiful. As I found myself captivated by her, I realized something once again. My feelings for Melanie and my responsibility to stop Travis's reckless path. Melanie, let's protect everyone together. This is something only we can do. Yes, you and me, Keith. We exchanged determined nods, standing united with a single purpose: to protect our employees in DreamTech. At that very moment, our resolve became one. But as if testing our determination, DreamTech was about to face its greatest crisis yet. Keith, this is bad. As I walked down the hallway, Theodore, a young engineer from the development team, came running up to me, visibly shaken. His face was pale, making it clear that something serious had happened. My heart pounded with a sense of dread. Calm down. Take a deep breath and tell me what's going on. Even as I tried to steady my own nerves, I carefully asked. Theodore, on the verge of tears, spoke in a trembling voice. There's been a critical mistake in the G Corporation project. What? The moment he said it, my heartbeat grew rapid and heavy. The G Corporation project was the biggest contract in DreamTech's history. If we succeeded, the company's performance would skyrocket. Even Travis, who had been relentlessly pushing employees for profit, might finally ease up. Yes, everyone had placed their hopes on this project, and yet, what kind of mistake? Even my own voice began to shake. Unable to hold it together any longer, Theodore collapsed to his knees, his anguished voice echoing through the hallway. The schedule change wasn't communicated properly. At this rate, we only have 1 month left to deliver to G Corporation. No, that can't be. The reason this shocked me so much was that the system for G Corporation was highly specialized. They had invested a massive budget into it, and the project was designed to take a full year to complete. As of now, we were only 6 months into development. In other words, at some point, the deadline had been shortened by nearly 6 months.
How could such a critical change go unnoticed until now? I'm so sorry. Theodore flinched, his shoulders trembling, and in that instant, I realized my mistake. Blaming him or trying to find someone responsible wouldn't fix this. What mattered now was, has G Corporation been contacted yet? Yes, we informed them that meeting the deadline would be impossible. And how did they respond? They're furious. They said if we don't deliver on time, they'll demand compensation for damages. I figured as much. We needed to take every possible action immediately. After sending Theodore back to the development team, I started thinking at full speed about what I could do. And then, Keith! A furious voice roared from down the hallway, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps. It was Travis. You really screwed us over this time. Keith, this is your fault. What? I was about to ask what he meant. But no words came out. Travis had grabbed me by the collar and slammed me hard against the wall. This happened because you reduced overtime. Important information wasn't properly handed over, and no one caught the schedule change. In the past, someone would have noticed. This is the result of your self-righteous ideals, Keith. I couldn't argue against his words. By drastically cutting overtime, I had unintentionally reduced the amount of communication between employees. I had overlooked the risks that this could bring, so I couldn't deny it when he called me self-righteous. If G Corporation, the biggest company in the industry, sues us for damages, DreamTech is finished. Because of you, 1,000 employees could lose their jobs. Do you understand that, Keith? My vision went dark, and I stood there, speechless. Then, the commotion drew the attention of the employees, who began stepping out of the office one by one. Keith, what do we do now? Everyone. Snapping back to reality, I saw countless worried faces staring at me. TCH. Clicking his tongue in frustration, Travis shoved me toward them. I stumbled and landed on the floor, only to look up and see him grinning down at me. You guys hear that? Keith here is gonna fix everything. He says he'll take responsibility for the mess he caused. Isn't that right, Keith? Yeah. Of course I will. Even if he hadn't said it, I had already made up my mind. I met his glare head on, and he scowled, unimpressed. If you fail, you're out. And you'll be the one paying for the damages. With those parting words, he stormed off toward the CEO's office. Everyone, please listen. In the development office, I raised my voice, addressing the engineers and programmers. Let's be clear. Delivering within 1 month is impossible. But that doesn't mean we can give up. The room was filled with uneasy expressions. They were all waiting for my next words. Right now, the sales team is negotiating with G Corporation and offering our apologies. While they do that, we need to push forward as much as possible. If we fully utilize the AI-assisted system, we cannot meet the 1-month deadline. But we can finish it within 2 months. Meline stood beside me and raised her voice as well. Everyone, let's get through this crisis together. The future of DreamTech depends on all of you. From that moment, we moved as one. The development team focused entirely on the G Corporation project, coding relentlessly, not wasting a single second. Meanwhile, the special task force led by Meline worked around the clock, negotiating with G Corporation. I, too, took the lead in the development team, tackling the most challenging technical problems and solving them one by one. But time kept slipping away. Keith, it's the head of development at G Corporation. Nearly 2 weeks had passed when Meline, looking pale, handed me the phone. I've had enough of this, DreamTech. The moment I answered the call, a furious voice burst through the receiver. No matter how many times you apologize, we can't extend the deadline. You assured us everything was fine, so we moved our schedule forward. Now our entire plan is falling apart. How do you intend to take responsibility for this? My sincerest apologies.
We are doing everything possible to accelerate our work. Please, just 1 month, no, even half a month would help.
I want to terminate the contract right now."
With that furious outburst, the call abruptly ended.
Still holding the receiver, I instinctively turned around. "Meline."
If I showed any weakness now, it would affect the morale of everyone working under me.
I knew that. But still. "Not yet, Keith. We can't give up." Meline placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder.
But her voice lacked the strength it once had.
"She's exhausted too. And so am I, as well as everyone else on the team."
As the days passed, the exhaustion became more visible on everyone's faces. Dark circles appeared under their eyes, and by the time we had less than 2 weeks left, the entire company was filled with tension, anxiety,
and a creeping sense of defeat. "Keith, our work is falling behind schedule. At this rate, we won't even be able to meet the deadlines for other projects." "Got it.
I'll take over the G Corporation project myself. Everyone else, focus on completing your assigned tasks as quickly as possible.
Once you're done, help out wherever you can." "Keith, about the alternative proposal we offered G Corporation. The amount they're asking us to cover for their losses is too high. It's practically the same as the expected damages from contract termination. Keep negotiating, Meline. Try to bring that amount down as much as possible."
The updates coming into the development team's crisis center were growing worse by the day. I was physically drained from working around the clock.
I was also losing the energy to keep motivating the team. And then, finally, that day arrived. "Keith, G Corporation just sent their final warning. If we miss the deadline in 5 days,
they will terminate the contract and demand full compensation."
"What?"
Meline, her face clouded with despair, delivered the news, and my hands froze in place. The developers who had fought alongside me also stopped, staring in stunned silence.
"We're already 90% done. But still, in just 5 days. Even Keith might not be able to."
Words of defeat, something no one had dared to say until now, began spreading rapidly through the office.
In that moment, I felt something inside me snap. Maybe we should just.
I barely stopped myself from finishing that thought, covering my mouth with my hand.
Saying something like, "Let's just give up." The very words I should never have spoken. "Keith."
At that moment, Meline placed a hand on my shoulder.
"Do you have an update?" "No. It's not that." Meline glanced toward the office entrance with a slightly puzzled expression. Standing there was, I think your name was. It's Aaron." And, about that time, well, as I approached, the young employee awkwardly bowed his head.
It was Aaron, the same guy who had mistaken me for a mid-career hire on my first day back after 10 years. I saw him pacing nervously in the hallway, glancing this way.
I thought he might have something to say.
That was the reason Meline had brought him here.
Aaron hesitated, shifting his gaze nervously, mumbling, So, is there anything I can do to help?"
His words caught me completely off guard.
"What?" "Well,
I mean, I did graduate from a top university."
"Yeah. I remember you mentioning that.
And I have the brains and sense that put me on a different level from other recruits."
No, that's not the point.
This is your fault, Keith."
"Huh? My fault? I mean, no. Not your fault. It's thanks to you. In other words, Keith." Meline smiled as she took over Aaron's scattered explanation.
He had assumed I was just another mid-career hire, only to realize that I was actually one of the founders of the very company he had admired for so long. Not only that, but I had developed a groundbreaking system and transformed an exhausted workplace that had been suffocating under an oppressive CEO. Seeing all of that, he had finally recognized his own arrogance. I was always praised as an elite, the company's future star, but I've never created anything from scratch, never changed anything. Seeing you do all that made me realize how pathetic I was, strutting around like I was better than everyone else. Honestly, I'd rather just crawl into a hole right now. With an almost inaudible murmur, he added, I'm really sorry about last time. I may not be able to do anything now, but one day, I will be someone who can change this company just like you, Keith. You will. I'm sure of it. People who can recognize their own flaws and grow from them are rare. That alone was impressive. Someday, he would surpass everyone else. And that's why this company can't go under. What if I end up being your boss one day? Yeah. With how he had changed, that future didn't seem impossible at all. Before I knew it, a smile had spread across my face. The crushing despair that had weighed me down was starting to lift. Thank you, Aaron. What should I do? Not just me, everyone here wants to help DreamTech. And more than that, we want to help you, Keith. Thank you. Then, I have something important to ask. My voice caught in my throat as gratitude welled up inside me. What I asked of Aaron was simple: protect DreamTech. While we've been consumed with the G Corporation crisis, you and the others have kept this company running. I can't thank you enough. And I need you to keep doing it. That's all? You're in the sales department, right? Work with your team to bring in as many new deals as possible. Maintain strong relationships with our current clients. Once this is over, DreamTech needs to keep moving forward. Can I count on you? Aaron pouted slightly, looking a bit dissatisfied, then suddenly, he smacked both his cheeks with his hands. Piece of cake. Leave it to me. With a cocky grin, he turned and dashed toward the sales department's office. What a reassuring response. Melanie and I exchanged smiles. All right. Mimicking Aaron, I gave my own cheeks a firm slap. Then, I set my hands back to work. Until the chime signaling the end of the workday rang, I was so completely absorbed in my work that I couldn't hear anything around me. It was the deepest state of concentration I had ever experienced. For the next 4 days, every employee gave their all to their work. Because of that, I was able to focus entirely on completing G Corporation's system without any distractions. And then, on the day before the deadline, at 5:55 p.m., my hands stopped. It's done, it's finished. The moment I stood up from my chair. Keith. Melanie, who had been watching anxiously beside me, threw herself at me in a tight embrace. At the same time, thunderous applause erupted throughout the development office. Keith, thank you for all your hard work. Thank you so much, Keith. I can't believe it, we really did it. Some employees grinned from ear to ear, while others wiped away tears. Everyone genuinely celebrated the completion of what had seemed like an impossible task. Shortening a year-long project by half a year and delivering it on time. Keith, you did it. Thank you, truly. Melanie's voice trembled as tears streamed down her cheeks. You too, Melanie, and everyone, thank you. From now on, let's all go home on time again. At my words, laughter and cheers filled the office. I managed to close 3 deals in just the last 4 days. On the elevator ride home, Aaron stood beside me, looking proud of himself. That's impressive. You and your team really pulled through, thank you. Just make sure I get my overtime pay, okay? And, well, I expect a nice bonus too. I'll pass that request along to Travis. He needs to know how hard everyone worked. I wasn't talking about him, Keith. I turned to look at Aaron, and his usual playful expression was gone. Instead, he was looking at me with unwavering seriousness. Keith, you should become the president. We all want to follow you. What? The next morning. With a heavy heart, I walked toward the CEO's office. After knocking and stepping inside, I found Travis reclining comfortably in his chair, gazing at me with a smug expression.
Good morning, Keith.
I see you managed to deliver to G Corporation on time.
Well done, Travis. In light of that, I'll hold off on firing you. But don't you ever pull something like that again.
I'll need to remind the others as well to make it clear who's really in charge here and who they should be listening to.
Travis, it's time to put an end to this. Saying that, I took out a black USB drive.
This was something Meline had entrusted to me.
Keith, I want you to hold on to this. I'd been pretending to follow Travis while secretly recording his abusive remarks toward the employees. If things get completely out of hand, use this.
Before I could even finish explaining, Travis scoffed.
Ha! What do you think that proves? This could be fake. You're all ganging up on me, painting me as the villain. I've been the one protecting this company all along. And now you. This isn't the only evidence.
What? Travis's face twisted in confusion. Right in front of him, I placed a stack of documents on his desk.
What is this?
It's proof, Travis. Proof that you were the one responsible for this entire disaster. As I stated it calmly. Travis froze in place, his mouth slightly open in shock, and muttered, "Huh. I'm submitting this to the next shareholders meeting. Once that happens, you, the one who pushed DreamTech to the brink of collapse, won't be able to stay on as president any longer."
Keith.
I was wondering what nonsense you'd come up with next.
Why would I, the CEO, do something to destroy my own company? That's exactly what I want to know. Why did you access the development department's delivery schedule management system from the computer in this office, the one only you use?
What?
In an instant, Travis's expression stiffened.
His face spoke louder than any words.
It was clear he was thinking, how do you know that? Swallowing down the emotions rising within me, I met his gaze head-on. The AI.
I had integrated an AI into the system as a trial at the request of the development team. Human oversight inevitably leads to mistakes and omissions. To prevent that, I had enhanced the system's management functions using AI support technology. At the same time, I had also reinforced security measures.
The system is crucial to the development team.
If someone were to infiltrate and tamper with it, it would be a serious problem.
That's why I programmed the AI to automatically log any unusual access attempts.
What the hell?
For example, unauthorized access late at night, when no employees should be in the office.
Just like it says right there. I pointed at the documents on the desk. Travis's face visibly drained of color. The AI had detected and recorded the IP address used for the access attempt.
It matched the very computer in front of him.
The security log showed that on the night of the unauthorized access, at around 1 a.m., someone had entered the office using the keycard that only the CEO possessed. All of it was detailed in the materials I had compiled, evidence I intended to present to the shareholders. Proof that Travis was the one behind this entire crisis. Even without this evidence, we already confirmed it with G Corporation. They told us that you were the one who contacted them, informing them that the deadline had been moved up by 6 months. They thought it was strange. But since the request came directly from the company's president, and with the AI system implementation becoming a well-known industry rumor,
they didn't question it.
Right after that, the delivery schedule was changed without anyone knowing. Travis, pale as a ghost, lowered his head in silence.
Seeing him like that, I could no longer hold back my emotions. You were the one who said we should start this company, Travis. So why?
I was saved by your words. I chased my dreams because I had you by my side. I wanted this damn company to collapse. My words were cut off by the sound of his fist slamming onto the desk.
Travis, do whatever you want. Expose me, report me. I don't care. I'll quit as president myself.
You and Melanie can do whatever you want with this place.
You have that little recording she secretly made too, don't you? I bet the next shareholders meeting will be lively. It's over. Just like you said, everything's finished.
Rising from his chair, Travis clapped a hand on my shoulder and turned toward the door. As he passed by, the look on his face was one of pure resignation. And for some reason, I had a terrible feeling, like this was the last time I would ever see him.
Wait, Travis. Just as I hurriedly turned around to stop him. Enough, Travis. The door flew open with a bang, and Melanie stormed into the CEO's office. Melanie.
As Travis halted his steps, Melanie strode up to him and, with a loud smack, slapped him hard across the face.
What? Stop lying.
Tell the truth, Travis.
You don't really want DreamTech to collapse, do you?
I could hear him gasp softly. But then, the next moment, a dry laugh escaped his lips.
It's you too. It's you who pushed me to this point. What do you mean? You always wanted Keith, never me. You never needed me, never looked to me. A company that doesn't need me might as well burn to the ground.
It was as if he had been holding it in for years, and now, everything was pouring out all at once. It was a cry that struck deep into the heart of anyone who heard it.
But Melanie did not waver.
She spoke gently, yet with unwavering strength.
That's not true. We needed you, Travis. Lies. It's the truth. That's why I need you to be honest with us. Because we believe in you.
Melanie continued to look straight at Travis, her gaze steady and resolute.
After a moment, I could see the tension drain from Travis's shoulders.
Finally, with a deep sigh, he slowly began to speak.
I was struggling.
For years, the company's growth had stalled.
As the CEO, all of that responsibility fell on my shoulders. And yet,
the veteran employees would always look at me as if they were thinking, if only Keith were here, it was never about me.
It was always about him.
Travis paused for a moment, then continued. Ever since Keith came back, I felt more and more like I wasn't needed here.
And it's true, isn't it? With him around, the company doesn't need me.
If I had been the one to spend the last 10 years outside, maybe I wouldn't have made everyone suffer the way I did. Finally, his voice trembling, Travis twisted his face into a bitter, crumpled smile. This was the reason he had been forcing the employees to work overtime. He believed that if the company's stagnant performance improved, people's perceptions would change. That, instead of Keith, they would finally start looking to him.
It was all for nothing, wasn't it? I just ended up letting everyone down. That's not true, Travis. Deliberately, I spoke with a firm, unwavering tone.
You were the one who let go of their trust.
I let go?
You should have brought people together through trust, not force and intimidation.
Yeah.
And if you were really a leader, you wouldn't have let yourself spiral into self-destruction, dragging the company and its employees down with you.
Did you really become president just to throw it all away like this? Silence. Then, slowly, Travis lifted his head. You're right. I failed to become the leader I wanted to be. He reached a hand toward me. Give me the USB with Melanie's recordings, Keith. What? What are you planning to do? Don't worry. I'm not going to destroy the evidence. I'm going to the Labor Standards Office to report everything myself. What? Travis. Melanie and I gasped in unison.
Travis remained there, hand outstretched, waiting for me to hand over the USB.
His eyes locked onto mine, unwavering. Please, Keith. I hesitated.
But in the end, I reached into my pocket and placed the USB in his hand.
Thank you. For giving me a chance to make things right. Goodbye.
Turning his back to us, Travis started walking toward the door. His figure looked smaller than ever before. But his posture, his straightened back, his steady steps, reminded me of the Travis I had met years ago.
The Travis who had once given me hope. Travis!
Before I realized it, I had called out to him just as his hand touched the door handle.
We'll be waiting.
Here, at DreamTech, the company we built together.
I can't come back. Not after everything I've done. Come back. We haven't achieved our dream yet, have we?
At first, his hand gripped the doorknob. Then, his shoulders trembled slightly, and finally, Travis stopped moving. Our dream, the one we shared, he muttered.
Yeah. Using the power of IT to make people around the world happy.
And there are still so many people who need our help, not just in the world,
but even here in Japan. And if we count the people you've hurt, that number is even greater.
That's why you have to come back someday.
Travis's shoulders began to shake even more. Melanie took a step forward and spoke. Keith changed me.
And if you were the one who changed Keith, then you're also someone who once made me smile.
I never got the chance to say it, but thank you, Travis. Melanie. Finally, Travis turned to face us.
His cheeks were wet with tears, and more kept falling.
Be happy with Melanie. And take care of DreamTech and everyone in it. I leave it to you, Keith. Travis. Hold on to our dream, at least for a while. Wait, does that mean? Without turning back, Travis stepped forward and left the CEO's office.
But just before he opened the door, he smiled.
And then, he said it clearly and unmistakably. See you again. A year passed in the blink of an eye. DreamTech had undergone a massive transformation. It's already closing time. All right, everyone, pack up.
At the sound of the manager's voice, the employees in the development department all shut down their computers in unison.
And it wasn't just them.
By leveraging AI-powered systems and revising internal processes, DreamTech had successfully eliminated unnecessary overtime, allowing all employees to complete their work within business hours.
Good work today. See you tomorrow. The exhaustion that once plagued the office had completely vanished.
Now, everyone worked with enthusiasm, finishing tasks efficiently. What's more, with increased communication, new ideas began to emerge naturally from casual conversations. As a result, our company's performance continued to improve, with revenues steadily climbing. The media had even begun covering us as the IT company that transformed from overwork hell to a super work-life balanced success.
Keith, we've got another interview request. What do you want to do?
Melanie walked over to my desk, holding a tablet in one hand.
Midway, she suddenly made a face. Oh, sorry. I almost forgot. I should be calling you President now. I could say the same. I replied with a laugh.
I don't think I'll ever get used to calling you Vice President, Melanie.
After Travis stepped down, I took over as the new president of DreamTech.
And at my request, Melanie became the vice president, assisting me in running the company. Having spent 10 years apart, we were now combining our experiences and knowledge to manage DreamTech together.
At the same time, we were also still new to being a couple.
It took 10 years to finally get your answer, and yet we're so busy that we barely have any time to spend together. Even as she said that, I knew that no one in the company was more passionate about their work than Melanie.
And that's exactly why I found her to be the most precious person in the world.
After making her wait for so long, I wanted to make sure she would be truly happy from now on. That's why I adjusted our schedule.
Let's take off a little early on Friday and go on a trip somewhere. Keith. Melanie's face lit up instantly. Thank you. I couldn't be happier right now.
With a bright, beaming smile, she looked so incredibly dear to me.
Forgetting that we were in the CEO's office, I pulled Melanie into a tight embrace. And then, another year passed. Good morning, Keith. Good morning. You're here early again. Travis. I'm a newbie, after all.
It's my daily routine to arrive before anyone else, clean the restrooms, and study. A man who, despite being called a newbie, carried a certain dignity and confidence, flashed me a broad grin. His name was Travis, the former president of this company.
You're working hard, huh, Travis?
Of course. I want to repay you and everyone else as soon as possible for giving me another chance. After turning himself into the labor standards office, Travis faced the consequences of his past actions. Then, after offering a heartfelt apology to every employee, he said, "Please look at me again in a year. See if I have truly changed." With those words, he left, asking a distant relative to take him into their company. And now, a year later, Travis had returned to DreamTech. Many opposed his return, but I was the one who brought him back. Honestly, the employees still look at you with suspicion, but that's part of your punishment. The day their eyes change, the day they truly forgive you, that's when you'll know.
Yeah. I understand. Now, Travis was working in the sales department, learning everything from scratch.
Under the guidance of our top young ace, his mentor Aaron, he had already secured contracts and was contributing to the company. Our roles were different now, but once again, we were chasing our dream together.
Bringing happiness to the world through IT, you haven't forgotten, have you, Travis?
Of course not, Keith.
The grand dream we once held was still far from complete. But one day, we would make it happen.
The dazzling morning sun we both gazed at seemed to illuminate the path we would walk from now on. Everyone holds dreams in their hearts, yet some fulfill them while others don't. Perhaps the difference lies in whether one can cherish those around them. The bigger the dream, the harder it is to achieve alone. I've learned that valuing those around you and walking forward together is the key. And when that dream finally comes true, I want to celebrate it with everyone. Until that day, I know we will never stop moving forward.
Wait, did you seriously come dressed like that, as a mechanic?
That's hilarious. A strange feeling stirred in my chest. It was at a mixer on the weekend. I had only agreed to join because my friend begged me, saying they were short on people. I never expected to get criticized by a bunch of strangers the moment I walked in.
You like working on cars?
Ha!
But can you even make a decent living off that?
I bet you always reek of oil or something. One of them, idly fiddling with what looked like a designer bag, sneered, while another let their eyes scan me from head to toe before chuckling. In front of me, cocktails and wine lined the table, but I had completely lost my appetite. Their cold stares pierced through me, making my whole body feel heavier.
Sorry, I just remembered I have something to do. I'm heading out.
As I stood up, the rich guys smirked and followed after me, clearly enjoying themselves.
Let's check out what kind of junker this guy drives.
But when I stopped in front of a luxury car, their faces turned pale.
No way.
Why the hell do you have a car like this?
Their confidence shattered the moment they saw my real identity. Because the truth is, my name is Samuel.
I work at a small auto repair garage in the city. From morning till night, I'm covered in grease, tools in hand, peering into engines.
I'm what you'd call a mechanic. Ever since I was a kid, I've loved cars. There was even a time when I used to brag, I can bring any car back to life.
Whenever I hear an engine making a strange noise, I won't stop until I track down the cause. And when the car finally runs smoothly again, that moment never gets old.
It's the best feeling in the world.
The air at the garage is always thick with the scent of oil. Every morning, as I take in the crisp air and pull up the shop's shutter, I feel my heart race as I think, all right, let's get to work. No matter how dirty my hands get or how much grease stains my clothes, there's a sense of pride in it. This is what it means to love cars. To outsiders, my job might seem like just hard labor, nothing flashy.
But to me, this is my calling. Even if it's just routine repairs or minor maintenance, every time an engine sound changes, it feels like I'm listening to the car's voice. And when I finally finish a job and hand the car back to its owner, there's no greater satisfaction. That afternoon, as I waited for my convenience store lunch to heat up in the microwave, my phone buzzed. The name on the screen, Derek. We'd been friends since high school, though we'd grown a bit distant lately. Still, he was one of the few people I truly considered a friend. "Hey, Samuel. How's it going?" "Not bad." "What's up?" Derek's voice over the phone sounded oddly excited. "You free this weekend?" "Yeah, no plans. Actually. Would you mind coming to a mixer? We need one more guy." Mixers weren't my thing, and I never felt comfortable at these kinds of gatherings. But when Derek pleaded, "Come on, man," I couldn't find anyone else. It's just a casual drinking party, everyone's just there to have fun. It was hard to say no. After hesitating for a moment, I finally sighed and said, "Fine, whatever." Derek immediately responded, sounding relieved, "You're a lifesaver. I'll text you the time and place." "I'm counting on you," and then hung up. I wasn't exactly thrilled about the idea, but at least my weekend plans were set. Then, the day of the mixer arrived. As usual, I was working at the garage from early morning, but a series of unexpected issues kept me tied up longer than I had planned. By the time I checked the clock, there were barely 30 minutes left before the meetup. There was no way I could head home, change, and still make it on time. "Sorry, Derek. There's no way I'll make it in time now. I think I'll have to sit this one out." As if expecting my hesitation, Derek immediately shot back, "No, don't do this to me. We already reserved seats for everyone. If you don't come, we're screwed." I had zero interest in going, but with him begging like this, I had no choice. Reluctantly, I gave in, and Derek let out a sigh of relief before adding, "Don't worry about anything, just come as you are." That would mean showing up in my grease-stained work overalls straight from the garage. There was no way that would fly. I rummaged through my locker, hoping for something better, and luckily, I found a brand new pair of coveralls still in their packaging. "Well, that's lucky," I muttered as I slipped them on. For workwear, they actually felt pretty decent. The idea of walking into a fancy restaurant in work clothes was beyond ridiculous. But since I had already agreed to help Derek out, backing out now wasn't an option. Doing my best to make sure I looked at least somewhat presentable, I hurried off to the upscale district. The designated location was a stylish dining bar, definitely not the kind of place I usually set foot in. As I pushed open the glass doors, I was met with dim ambient lighting, a sleek bar counter lined with elegant glasses, and a sophisticated atmosphere. Feeling more out of place than ever, I made my way to the private room where Derek had told me to go. When I opened the door, several men and women were already seated. "Samuel! Over here!" Derek called, waving me over. As I followed his voice, my gaze landed on a row of women, all impeccably dressed. Nice to meet you all," I mumbled awkwardly, giving a slight bow. They were far more elegant than I had imagined, no, way beyond anything I had expected. From their hair to their nails, even their handbags and accessories, everything about them was flawlessly coordinated. I felt completely out of place sitting at the same table as them. Apparently, they were a group of women Derek had met through his business connections. To put it simply, they were the type to host parties in high-end hotels. That should give you an idea of their social status. On the men's side, aside from Derek, there was only one other guy. He was dressed in a perfectly tailored suit. His tie and pocket square impeccably coordinated. And yet, as he glanced over at me, I could see a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. He was definitely judging my outfit. The moment I sat down, one of the men across from me openly grimaced. "Derek, who the hell is this? You never said you were bringing this guy." I mean, yeah, I told you to bring anyone, but come on, man. You really messed up with this one. His condescending tone made me instinctively glance in his direction.
He was wearing a sharp suit, his hairstyle to perfection. His refined demeanor practically screamed wealth and privilege, but his eyes were filled with arrogance.
Derek leaned in and whispered, "That's Nathan,
the heir to one of my clients' companies." I could see the discomfort on Derek's face as he quickly bowed his head in apology.
Sorry, Nathan. We were short on people, so I had to call him last minute. He's an old high school friend." But Nathan didn't even pretend to listen. Well, whatever.
Since you're already here, at least try to entertain us, he said, his tone dripping with mockery.
Across the table, the women, dressed to perfection, exchanged glances before giggling. Sorry, Derek muttered under his breath. Just hang in there for a couple of hours. Then we'll be done. I promise I'll make it up to you.
I forced a small, strained smile.
Don't worry about it.
I already felt completely out of place just sitting here, but since I had been dragged in as a last-minute replacement,
it wasn't like I could just walk out.
So, with no choice but to tough it out, I took my seat, secretly hoping the night would be over as soon as possible.
And just like that, a round of introductions began.
Well then, let's introduce ourselves properly. I'm Nathan, heir to the Harrington Financial Group.
I'm currently studying to take over my father's company.
As the women followed with their introductions, their family names and company affiliations were all too familiar. One was the daughter of a major hotel chain owner, another was the daughter of a high-ranking executive at a global trading company, and another was the heiress of a resort development empire. They casually flaunted their status, and before long, the conversation turned into a subtle competition. Their words were polite, but the underlying meaning was clear, boasting about which luxury resorts they had visited or how their family businesses were thriving.
Then, after a moment's pause, one of the women looked at me and asked, "And what about you?" "I'm Samuel. I work at a garage."
As soon as I said that, the women exchanged glances and giggled as if they had been waiting for this moment. They twirled their glasses delicately, feigning politeness, throwing out half-hearted remarks like, "Oh, really? And that must be tough." After the introductions wrapped up and the conversation lulled, Nathan raised his voice again to steer the discussion.
"So, tell us, what exactly does a mechanic do?"
"I mean, these ladies here probably don't have any experience with such hands-on work."
"Maybe they'd be curious," he said, dramatically gesturing toward them. Laughter rippled across the room again. "Well, I suppose it's kind of interesting, in a distant way. I mean, at least you must have a lot of stamina, right? How's that?"
As they continued their snide remarks, I caught sight of Derek, who sat stiffly beside me, his face contorted with guilt.
He kept mouthing, "I'm so sorry," over and over. I kept thinking, please, just let this be over already.
They called this a mixer, but what the hell was this circus? The whole thing was pointless.
An hour passed.
Only a few of them seemed to be genuinely having fun, while I sat there, completely shut out of the conversation. Even when they did throw a question my way, I had no idea how to respond. Derek made a few attempts to engage me, but eventually, I couldn't hold back any longer.
"I think I'm gonna head out. Yeah, I have to be up early tomorrow."
I made up an excuse as I got to my feet.
That's when Nathan let out a short, mocking laugh. "Yeah, I figured. This really isn't your scene, huh?"
His eyes gleamed with condescension, as if he were looking at something beneath him.
The women chimed in with insincere remarks. "Oh, you're leaving already? Come on, you should stay a little longer."
I was beyond exhausted from enduring this atmosphere.
"Derek, I'll text you later,"
I said before walking out of the private room.
I only came as a numbers filler for Derek, but I never expected things to turn out like this. Feeling a bit disappointed, I stepped outside the store.
As I stepped outside the restaurant, heading toward the parking lot, I heard laughter behind me.
I turned around.
Nathan, Derek, and some of the women had come outside, pointing in my direction.
Hey, we should check out his car.
I bet it's a total wreck.
Nathan sneered, his voice dripping with amusement.
The others laughed along, entertained by his suggestion.
Derek, meanwhile, looked uneasy, unable to say anything. At this point, I was over it. But if they wanted to see, I'd let them see. Without a word, I walked deeper into the parking lot.
Under the dim glow of the streetlights, the metallic blue body of my car came into view.
Its sleek curves and aerodynamic lines were unmistakable, a relatively new Ferrari model.
What the hell?
A Ferrari? You've got to be kidding. A mechanic driving this?
Nathan and the women stood frozen, their previous smirks wiped clean off their faces.
For a moment, the night was silent. I unlocked the car and slid into the driver's seat.
Nathan suddenly rushed toward me, his voice frantic.
Hey, how the hell do you own a car like this? Who the hell are you? I turned the key.
The deep, rumbling engine growled to life, echoing through the night air.
I rolled down the window and met Nathan's stunned gaze. I never hit anything.
I love cars, so I work at a garage.
But I also happen to be the CEO of an auto service company. I own a few businesses, including an industrial waste management firm.
I just prefer to work on cars myself, that's all.
Nathan's lips trembled as he stood there, speechless.
The women stared at me in disbelief.
CEO? No way. That can't be true.
Their confusion was evident. I took my time before continuing. I don't care about flaunting money or status.
It's just not my thing. But calling someone here just to mock them?
That's pretty pathetic. I don't know what kind of air you are, Nathan, but if anyone here is out of place, it's you. The confidence Nathan had earlier shattered in an instant. His face turned ghostly pale, and the women beside him exchanged awkward glances.
Well then, Derek.
You owe me for this mess.
You'll be making it up to me soon, I said before lightly revving the engine. The sharp, high-pitched exhaust note echoed through the dimly lit parking lot as my Ferrari smoothly pulled away.
In the rearview mirror, I could see them all standing there, frozen in stunned silence. Just moments ago, they had been laughing at me, assuming I was beneath them.
And now,
they were completely dumbstruck, struggling to process the truth. I didn't feel an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, but at least I had gotten the last word. As the car glided onto the wide avenue at night, the rhythmic hum of the engine resonated pleasantly. The anger and humiliation boiling inside me seemed to ease just a little. A few days later, as always, I arrived at the garage early in the morning, rubbing my sleepy eyes as I unlocked the shutters. Just as I picked up my tools and began my routine inspections, I heard a car pull up outside. At first, I thought it was just another delivery or a customer dropping off their vehicle. But something about the engine caught my attention. It was too smooth, too refined.
Definitely high-end.
Without thinking, I set down my tool and muttered, "Huh," as I glanced toward the half-open shutter.
A pure white car gleamed, reflecting the light.
Parked in front of it was Derek's familiar minivan. A moment later, another luxury car pulled in smoothly and came to a stop.
Derek stepped out of the driver's seat and waved.
The door of the luxury car beside him opened, and a woman appeared, in an elegant dress that accentuated her long, slender legs. It was Rebecca, the young lady I had seen sitting next to that arrogant heir at the mixer the other day.
Yo! What's this about?
Brushing off the front of my work clothes with my hand, I walked toward them. Derek looked down, scratching the back of his head like a kid caught in trouble.
Listen, Samuel. I really want to apologize for the other night.
I had no idea Nathan would act like that. I never meant for you to go through all that crap. There was no doubt that those words were directed at me, the one who had been looked down on at the mixer. Watching him bow his head made me feel a little guilty. Derek wasn't to blame for all of it. And the fact that he came all the way here to apologize just proved he was still the same honest guy I'd known for years. I adjusted the wrench in my hand and put on a casual smirk. Don't worry about it. You just needed an extra person, right? I get it. Just make it up to me by treating me to a feast. I'm talking premium barbecue. Or maybe some high-end car parts. But fair warning, my tastes are expensive. When I made a joking remark, Derek chuckled and nodded firmly, saying, "That's no big deal." The corners of his eyes softened slightly, as if with relief. Meanwhile, Rebecca stepped forward and gave me a slight bow. I wanted to apologize as well. I didn't mean to be part of something so disrespectful. I'm truly sorry for what happened. Back at the mixer, she had seemed reserved, maybe even hesitant about the whole thing. But now, standing in front of me, she carried herself with grace. Polite yet firm. There was a refined air about her, but not the kind that felt condescending. If anything, her sincerity was refreshing. You don't need to apologize for that. You didn't do anything wrong. So, what brings you here? Don't tell me you're organizing another mixer. Rebecca let out a small laugh before glancing at her car. Actually, I wanted to ask if you could do a maintenance check on my car. I usually take it to the dealership. But Derek told me you treat engines with great care. I'd rather have someone I trust look at it. There was a genuine passion behind her words. If she really wanted, she could have her car serviced by the best VIP mechanics her family's wealth could buy. But instead, she had chosen to come here, to a small independent garage. I felt my chest tighten with excitement. It wasn't just about the job, it was the recognition of my craft. That's a great request. I'd be happy to take care of it. Looks like you've got a V engine under the hood, right? It's a newer model. So I doubt there's anything major wrong, but I'll check everything thoroughly. I've got the diagnostic tools straight from the manufacturer. And I can source any parts you need. Just say the word. Even as I spoke, my mind was already mapping out the entire inspection process. The unique electronic control system of European cars, the condition of the suspension, the wear on the brake pads. There's no end to what I want to check. With luxury cars, every single part is crafted with precision, which makes the work all the more rewarding. For minor adjustments, I can get it done today. If it's urgent, I can start right now. Rebecca gave a small nod before softly asking, "Then, I'd like to stay and watch." I don't have anything urgent. So would it be okay if I waited here? The garage wasn't exactly the most comfortable place. The air was thick with the scent of oil and grease. And the break room was nothing more than a plain prefab unit. Honestly, this is far from the kind of place a young lady would usually stay for long. But does she really not mind? You're welcome to stay, but I wouldn't say it's comfortable. The noise can get pretty loud, and you might get some grease on your clothes. I warned. She chuckled lightly. That's fine. I don't mind things like that. Derek, watching the exchange, looked concerned. All right, I should get back to work. Rebecca, are you sure you'll be okay here? She offered a polite smile. Yes, don't worry. You have work to do, right? Besides, I'd like to learn more about cars from Samuel. Derek sighed, then turned to me. I'm counting on you, man. With a deep bow, he climbed into his car and drove off. Watching him leave, I found myself thinking about the mixer just days ago. Who would have thought things would turn out like this? Now, standing in the middle of my humble garage, I was alone with a high-class woman and a luxury car. The contrast was almost laughable. But instead of discomfort, I felt a spark of excitement. It wasn't every day that I got my hands on a car like this, and having the owner genuinely interested in the process made it even more rewarding. Alright, let's get started. I'll pop the hood stand over here, and I'll explain as I go. As I lifted the hood, the gleaming engine cover came into view. The spacious compartment housed a beautifully arranged system of pipes and hoses, intricately laid out like a masterpiece. I leaned in, beginning my initial visual inspection.
Damn, this is incredible.
Sorry, but I can't help it. The craftsmanship on these high-end cars is on another level. Look at this precision. Japanese cars have their own appeal, but this is a different kind of beauty. Stuff like this really gets me excited. I hadn't meant to say it aloud, but Rebecca laughed.
My dad used to say the same thing.
He always said cars were a form of art. Her words sent a surprising warmth through my chest.
Sounds like a guy I'd get along with.
Alright then, I'll make sure this beauty runs at its absolute best. With that promise, I grabbed my tools and slipped on my gloves, ready to get to work. By the time I looked up from the engine, the sunlight outside had turned a deep amber. I had been so immersed in the job that I'd lost track of time. The inspection had gone smoothly, and all that remained were the finishing touches. As I straightened up, I noticed Rebecca standing quietly near the entrance.
Ah, sorry. Have you been standing there this whole time?
I had been so focused I'd completely forgotten she was still here.
No, it's fine.
Watching you work was surprisingly captivating. Her voice was soft, almost embarrassed. She looked different now. The glamorous image from the other night was gone, replaced by something more natural, delicate, yet strong. Her presence here, surrounded by oil-stained tools and the scent of machinery, should have been jarring, but somehow, it wasn't.
I'm almost done, so sorry, but could you wait a bit?
There's not much of a break area, but if you're tired, you can sit on that stool over there.
Thank you, but I don't mind waiting.
You're almost finished, right?
Yeah. Just need to wash it down, and it's good to go.
I swapped out the worn parts, replaced the oil, everything's running smooth now. Saying that, I wiped my hands lightly with a rag before starting to put away the tools that had been left in the walkway.
Then, Rebecca quietly spoke.
Samuel.
I wanted to apologize again. Nathan has always been like that. Not just with you, but with everyone. Even for Derek and me. It's hard to go against him.
He's the heir to a major corporate group, and there are a lot of unspoken rules when dealing with someone like him. But still, what he did that night was inexcusable. Her voice carried guilt. He was probably blaming himself for being unable to stand up to Nathan, the heir to the Harrington Financial Group, and for failing to stop his arrogant behavior. Even though she wasn't at fault, her position as a wealthy heiress came with its own burdens.
Forget it. Yeah, I was pissed, but it's over now.
I don't care what Nathan thinks of me.
That wasn't entirely true. The sting of that humiliation still lingered.
But to be honest, right now, I care more about the car in front of me and its owner, Rebecca, than I do about Nathan.
Hearing my words, Rebecca seemed to relax slightly.
She lowered her gaze, then murmured,
"Thank you. But actually,
I think what really draws me in is seeing how much you care about cars, Samuel.
It's not about money. You give them your time and dedication simply because you love them, right? That way of thinking about things is so new to me.
I don't think I've ever felt this way before."
I blinked in surprise. I've always lived according to what was expected of me.
As an heiress, I have a set path, and I've followed it without question. I know I'm privileged, that I've never struggled the way others have. But sometimes, it feels like I don't even know who I am. Rebecca's words made me pause. I slowly pulled off my work gloves, listening in silence.
This kind of dilemma wasn't exclusive to wealthy heiresses.
Everyone, in some way, was bound by expectations, whether from family, society, or even themselves. Her voice grew softer.
"Anne,
I lost my mom when I was little. She was kind and warm, but one day, she just disappeared from my life because of an illness.
At that moment, even as a child, I realized how terrifying it is to lose someone you love. Since then,
I think I've unconsciously avoided getting attached to anything. Because the more you cherish something, the harder it is to bear when it's gone. Her voice trembled slightly.
a deep, indescribable ache settled in my chest.
The pain of suddenly losing a loved one. It must be something beyond imagination. It's no surprise that Rebecca has lived without holding onto attachments since then.
But is a life without attachment really worth it?
I think loving something, treasuring something, is one of the greatest joys in life.
Yeah, loss is scary. But you spend more time loving something than losing it, don't you?
I spoke slowly, choosing my words carefully.
I became a mechanic because I loved cars.
I knew I might fail to fix them sometimes. I knew owners might decide to scrap a car I poured my heart into. But that never made me want to stop loving cars. Rebecca's eyes shimmered as she listened, her expression more serious than ever. If you take a chance, if you let yourself care about something, you might start seeing the world differently.
I'm not saying I have it all figured out.
But I do know this: when you put your heart into something, life becomes more colorful.
And it doesn't matter if people mock you for it.
For a moment, Rebecca inhaled sharply, as if something had struck a chord.
Do I really deserve that?
Her voice wavered. Just moments ago, she had been composed and elegant, yet now her shoulders trembled slightly. I almost called out her name, but no words came.
All I could do was stand there, taking her emotions seriously. Deserve? That's way too dramatic. Loving something isn't about permission. It's human. Of course, it's scary to lose things. But if you spend your whole life avoiding attachments, won't that be even lonelier? Missing out on that kind of happiness, that's the real waste.
The words left my mouth more naturally than I expected.
But I meant every single one. Thank you. It's scary, but I think you're right.
I should try to find something worth treasuring, in my own way. Rebecca wiped at the corners of her eyes, her lips curling into a small smile. Something about that simple gesture, her brushing away tears, her faint smile, hit me deep in the chest. I found myself smiling back without thinking. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she took a small breath before speaking.
This car. It's also a keepsake from my mom. To be exact, a small part of it.
My mother had a custom part she always wanted to pass down to me. It's not much, just a small modification, but she said she wanted her child to have it one day. Every word carried an undeniable warmth. Her mother hadn't just loved cars.
She had wanted Rebecca to carry on that love, even in a small way. This car wasn't just transportation, it was filled with memories, irreplaceable and deeply personal.
That's why I've always wanted to take care of this car. And when I heard about how much you respect engines, I knew you'd treat it with the care it deserves.
I'm really glad I asked you to look at it today. And, in the future, could I keep coming back? There wasn't a moment of hesitation in my response.
Of course. Whether it's engine trouble or a scratch on the paint, just bring it to me. I'll make sure it's always in top condition.
The instant I said it, her face lit up.
Gone were the tears from moments ago. Now, her smile was bright, full of something new. It's surely a big step for her. Thinking that this smile comes from the moment she decided to fully embrace her mother's keepsake, I can't help but feel warmth in my chest.
And, besides the car, can I see you again?
I don't fully know what I'm searching for yet, but when I'm with you,
I feel like I'm beginning to figure it out. My heart skipped a beat. I hadn't expected that.
I had been expecting a request about the car.
Not about us. Well, of course, I don't mind.
I mean, I'm not free all the time, but I can always make time.
But, I usually wear this jumpsuit. So where exactly would we even go? I don't really have any nice clothes.
My words came out rushed, my voice completely giving away my nervousness. Going out with someone like her, a true lady, was something I had never even imagined.
Would we go to a fancy restaurant? Have tea in a luxurious hotel lounge? Just thinking about it made me feel completely out of place. Seeing me like that, Rebecca let out a soft laugh. Then let's go shopping together next time.
As a thank you for taking such good care of my car, I'll pick out a few outfits for you.
Wait, no, that's too much. I can pay for my own clothes. Don't be stubborn.
Think of it as my way of showing appreciation.
Okay? Fine. I'll take you up on that.
But in return, I'll keep doing your car maintenance at a discount.
Deal?
Struggling to find the right words, I let out a slightly embarrassed smile.
She giggled. That sounds fair. Thank you.
For a moment, the garage fell into a comfortable silence. Outside, the night had fully settled in. The overhead work lights cast a cool white glow, reflecting off the polished car like a mirror. The quiet atmosphere felt strangely sacred.
I straightened my back a little. Well then, let's finish this up with a wash. Wanna help?
I wasn't sure why I asked. Maybe because I thought that physically interacting with her mother's keepsake, taking care of it with her own hands, might give her a new perspective. She widened her eyes for a moment, but quickly brightened and said, "That sounds great. I never imagined myself washing a car alongside a high-class heiress." The thought alone felt surreal.
But strangely enough, I didn't mind it.
In fact, it was kind of exciting.
Careful not to slip, all right? And your clothes are gonna get wet. I know. I don't mind, it sounds fun.
Her gentle smile seemed to shine even brighter under the pale yellow garage lights. Feeling my heart start to race, I absent-mindedly handed her the soapy sponge. Together, we carefully washed the body of the luxury car filled with memories of my mother, running our hands over it as if tracing its history. We didn't exchange many words, but I could feel a warm bond beginning to form between us. By the time the evening twilight began filtering through the garage windows, the car we had meticulously cleaned gleamed like new. As we continued wiping off the water droplets, opening the doors and peering under the hood to check every detail, I stumbled upon something completely unexpected. On the underside of the car, a small device discreetly attached. At first, I barely reacted, just thinking, huh?
What's this?
A black case, no bigger than a keychain, was firmly secured to the car's undercarriage with strong adhesive tape, hidden in an inconspicuous spot. At first, I thought it was some kind of factory-installed security feature. But when I picked it up, I immediately recognized the tiny antenna module inside. It was some kind of GPS tracker that communicated with satellites.
Rebecca, do you know anything about this? Careful not to panic, I leaned in and whispered to Rebecca.
She widened her eyes and shook her head.
A GPS tracker? No. I've never seen it before.
I always take my car to the dealership for maintenance. And my dad wouldn't install something like this without telling me.
Unease spread across her face. Well, of course, finding a tracking device secretly attached to your own car is anything but normal.
Some people install them themselves as a precaution against stalkers, but judging by Rebecca's reaction, that clearly wasn't the case. For now, I removed the device, crawled out from under the car, and showed it to her.
Has anyone been following you lately? Any strange encounters?
It felt like something straight out of a bad movie, but this wasn't something to take lightly. Rebecca frowned, deep in thought, then shook her head.
I don't know. Nothing obvious.
Considering her status, it wasn't surprising that people would try to get close to her.
But a GPS tracker? That was another level of disturbing. You need to be careful.
It might be best to have a professional check your security or even report it to the police.
Just as I finished speaking. So this is where you've been, Rebecca. Suddenly, a low male voice rang out from behind me.
I turned my gaze toward the garage entrance and saw a familiar figure in a suit. It was Nathan, glaring at me with sharp eyes. Somehow, he had slipped through the shutter without me noticing, his footsteps completely silent.
Nathan, what are you doing here? Rebecca asked awkwardly, and Nathan let out a shrugging laugh. It almost looked like he was scoffing. Why?
I was just curious about where you were and what you were up to.
Not that I really needed to check.
His words immediately set off alarm bells in my head.
No way was he the one who installed the GPS?
That disturbing thought barely had time to settle before he confirmed it himself.
Oh, that thing you're all worked up about? The GPS?
Yeah, I put that there. Nathan declared it as if it were the most natural thing in the world and, unbelievably, doubled down.
My clenched fist tightened instinctively. Unforgivable.
Rebecca, still frozen in shock, gasped.
Why? Why would you do something like that?
She demanded, her voice trembling.
Nathan's response was nothing short of infuriating.
I was just keeping an eye on you, making sure you weren't getting yourself into trouble.
I am your potential fiancé, after all.
Even if it was arranged by our parents, the chances of you becoming mine are high. So of course, I'd want to know if you were sneaking around with some other guy or acting out of line. A smug, possessive smile stretched across his face. Every word he says carries a twisted obsession, as if he sees Rebecca as his possession.
I couldn't stay quiet any longer.
I wiped my hands on my work pants, stepping between them and facing Nathan directly.
You really think sticking a GPS on someone's car is just keeping an eye on them? You realize this is borderline criminal, right?
Hell.
Forget borderline, it is a crime.
My voice carried an edge of fury, but I didn't bother hiding it. Nathan, however, just scoffed. Oh, please.
My family has more corporate lawyers than you can count. You think the police would dare go after me over something this trivial?
I was just concerned about her safety, and without solid proof of any wrongdoing, nothing's going to happen to me. This guy is arrogant to the core, and on top of that, he's confident that his power will always protect him. Honestly, it's beyond exasperating, but there's no way I'm backing down quietly.
I glanced at Rebecca.
Her expression was torn between anger and sorrow, her hands trembling at her sides.
I never thought you could be this despicable. Even if our parents arranged our engagement, that doesn't give you the right to treat me like an object.
What you did is inexcusable. Rebecca's voice trembled, but there was a clear determination in her tone. Nathan frowned, falling silent for a moment as if searching for the right words. Even so, he showed not the slightest sign of giving up.
Instead, he smirked again and brazenly doubled down. All right, I'll admit, maybe I went a little overboard. But it's only because I truly care about you. I don't want to lose you.
If putting a tracker on your car is what it takes to protect you, so be it. He was utterly self-centered. His feelings for Rebecca might not be a lie, but the way he went about it was completely twisted. I was at a loss for words, but Rebecca let out a quiet breath and, with a resolute expression, spoke firmly.
Nathan.
Yes, our parents are discussing our potential engagement.
But I never once agreed to it. And after what you just admitted? I need time to think.
I refuse to be pressured into something I'm not ready for. At her words, Nathan's face twisted with frustration.
Normally, young ladies would feel intimidated by him, but Rebecca stood her ground.
Clenching her slightly trembling fists, she firmly said, I need time to think.
Is that so? Well, fine. For a brief moment, Nathan's mouth tensed, and he shot me a sharp glare.
His eyes were filled with unmistakable hostility.
Maybe he suspected that I had influenced Rebecca's decision.
Or perhaps he had already decided that I was someone who needed to be eliminated.
You do realize, Rebecca, that your family isn't entirely free to make their own decisions? Cutting ties with my family wouldn't be as simple as you think.
His words were laced with an underlying warning. Then, without another glance, he turned on his heel and walked toward the garage's exit. Even his posture radiated frustration. "You've got some nerve trespassing here and running your mouth like that," I instinctively called out, but Nathan didn't turn back, his suit merely swayed as he walked away.
An awkward silence lingered in the air.
Before long, his figure disappeared into the darkness beyond the shutter, leaving only Rebecca and me behind in the garage.
She trembled slightly, as if struggling to keep her emotions in check. "Sorry."
If I'd been more thorough earlier, I might have caught that GPS tracker before tonight.
It wasn't just empty regret, I meant it.
I had gone over her car carefully, but if I checked deeper from the start, I could have found it before Nathan had a chance to gloat about it.
But Rebecca shook her head. "This isn't your fault, Samuel. This is all because of what he did."
But still, knowing I was being watched like that without my knowledge, it's disgusting.
Infuriating.
Her voice wavered with frustration. Without thinking, I placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder.
"I get it. Right now, it probably feels like a lot.
But listen, I'm here. Your car is clean, no more trackers. And from now on, I'll be extra careful. I'll figure something out so that bastard can't pull any more of this stuff."
At the very least, I couldn't let Nathan do whatever he wanted.
No matter how much power he had, I wasn't about to let him put her in danger. Rebecca's expression softened ever so slightly, and she glanced at me before giving a small, reserved nod.
"Thank you. I feel safer knowing you're here. But I don't want to drag you into this. Nathan already sees you as a threat. I couldn't care less. He's been pissing me off since the moment we met, and now that he's crossed the line with the GPS? Yeah. I'm really not letting this slide. But more importantly, if anything happens, call me, all right?"
As I spoke, I glanced down at the GPS I had just removed, glaring at it. The fact that something like this was attached, just how badly did he want to control Rebecca? The sheer distortion of it, far from anything that could be called love, made my stomach turn.
"I will.
And, Samuel, I do need time.
My dad's expectations, our family's ties, it's complicated. Cutting him off completely won't be easy.
But just like with my mom's car, I want to take care of my future with my own hands." Hearing that determination in her voice made me feel strangely at ease. She was stronger than she realized. That's exactly why, even while being cornered by Nathan, she's trying to take a step forward. Then take all the time you need.
"Just remember, you've got me in your corner."
As I repeated my words like a vow, Rebecca gently closed her tearful eyes and gave a quiet nod.
"All right, it's already late. The car is in perfect shape, and the GPS tracker is gone. Let me drive you home, Rebecca."
At that, Rebecca hesitated for a moment before giving a small smile.
"Thank you, but I'll drive myself home." "Are you sure? You're still shaken, and it's pretty late." "Let me take you." "Thank you."
"Then, I suppose I'll let myself rely on you just a little."
Rebecca accepted my offer, a faint look of relief crossing her face.
Right now, her heart must be swirling with countless emotions.
If I can be there for her, even just a little, that alone makes me feel at ease.
Shoving the removed GPS device into my pocket, we pulled down the garage shutter and drove off, disappearing into the night.
With the city lights glowing in the distance, Rebecca sank deep into her seat and let out a quiet breath. Her slightly trembling shoulders seemed to be gradually settling down. "Thank you, Samuel. I just wish I had met you sooner." Her quiet words caught me off guard. My fingers tightened around the steering wheel for a second.
When I glanced over, I saw Rebecca with a faint smile, gazing off into the distance. She looked as if she were reflecting on the past or perhaps envisioning the future. Her delicate profile. Feeling a warmth rise in my chest, I pressed down on the accelerator and quietly drove through the night-lit city. A few days later, I was back at the garage, immersed in my work as usual. I spent my mornings covered in oil, my hands wrapped around wrenches, listening to the silent language of engines. My life's work is conversing with cars, aligning the blueprint in my mind with the feel of my hands. Just as I glanced at my watch, thinking it was about time for a lunch break, it happened. At the garage entrance stood a familiar figure in a suit. "Nathan, what do you want?" Brushing off my mechanic's coveralls, I met Nathan's intense gaze head-on. Then, to my absolute shock, he spoke words I never thought I'd hear. "I want to talk. Anne, I might have gone too far the other day. I get it now, if I keep pushing like that, I'll lose her for good." As he muttered those words, a hint of unease flickered in his eyes. I was momentarily at a loss for words. Never did I expect that someone so full of pride would actually apologize. "All right. I'm listening. Talk." I watched Nathan carefully as he averted his gaze, clearly uncomfortable. "I need my car looked at. Something's been off lately. I've taken it to the dealer, but they can't pinpoint the issue. You know cars, right? Fix it for me." I couldn't hide my surprise. The same guy who sneered at mechanics was now asking me for help? "Are you seriously trying to make amends?" I asked, skeptical. Nathan frowned slightly. "I don't care about you, but I don't want Rebecca to hate me. And I'm not trying to cheap out, I'll pay whatever it takes. Just fix it." His words were blunt, but there was something in his tone that felt genuine. And if nothing else, I knew he wasn't lying about the money. I debated my next move. I could refuse. I had every reason to. But for Rebecca's sake, keeping things civil might be the better option. "All right, I'll take care of the maintenance. But don't you ever disrespect me or Rebecca again." As I warned him, Nathan let out a bitter sigh and replied, "You don't have to tell me that." Then, leaving only the words, "I'll bring the car in later," he hurried out of the garage. Watching his back as he left, I couldn't shake off my lingering unease, but for now, I went back to work. That night, as I was getting changed in the locker room, my phone buzzed. Rebecca. We had exchanged numbers at some point, and lately, we've been messaging more often. "Hello?" As I answered the call, the first thing I heard was her voice, slightly hesitant, yet carrying a hint of excitement. "Samuel, I heard from Nathan. He said he asked you to fix his car." I didn't expect that. I chuckled. "Yeah, neither did I. I'm not sure I trust him yet, though." "I know what you mean," she admitted. Then, after a brief pause, her voice took on a different tone, soft, but filled with something new. "Actually, I wanted to talk to you about something. You remember when I said I wanted to go shopping with you? Well, I was at a department store the other day, and I saw something that would look perfect on you." "I know it would. So, would you come with me? Let me pick something out for you?" I did promise to treat you, after all. Her words came in a rush, as if she'd worked up the courage to say them all at once. And then, as if realizing how eager she sounded, she inhaled sharply, hesitating. I grinned, trying to suppress the amusement creeping into my voice. "So, clothes, huh? I'm not convinced anything could actually suit me, but if you say so, I'll trust you. And yeah, I'd be happy to go with you." When I replied lightly, half joking, Rebecca chuckled on the other end of the line. "I promise it'll suit you. Oh, and there's something else I want to talk to you about. Not about the car, about me. About us. I want to be honest with you." My chest tightened. Something she wants to tell me. Just guessing what it might be makes my heart race.
Gripping my phone tightly, I responded in an unsteady voice. I see. Got it.
I'll make time whenever you need. Just let me know, and I'll be there in no time.
So, shall we figure out the date and details later? Thank you, Samuel. Sorry for bringing this up so suddenly. But I'll message you soon, okay? I'm looking forward to it.
After Rebecca said that and we exchanged a brief farewell, the call ended. Yet, a strange mix of excitement and anticipation swirled in my chest. A slow smile crept onto my face as I tucked my phone away. Just as Nathan had promised, he brought his car in. A sleek black sedan, polished to perfection, but the moment I started the engine, I could tell something was wrong. The idle was unsteady, a faint metallic scraping mixed into the hum of the motor.
Definitely not an easy fix. What's the cause? Even the dealer couldn't figure it out and just sent it back. Nathan asked irritably.
For now, I hooked up the tester and carefully inspected the engine bay. It seemed likely that the issue was with the electronic control system, but pinpointing the exact problem would take more time.
There's an unusual signal running through the electronic control unit.
I'll need time to investigate it thoroughly.
And replacing some parts might be necessary.
Nathan simply said, I'm counting on you, then nodded, biting his lip slightly. For the first time, he wasn't being an arrogant prick. Maybe, just maybe, he really was starting to change.
With a faint sense of expectation, I began my work.
However, as I proceeded, a strange sense of unease crept over me. It felt like, with every step I took in the maintenance process, I could sense someone's deliberate interference. There were signs of tampering, connections intentionally loosened.
Odd modifications to the exhaust system, things that shouldn't be there under normal circumstances. Did this guy really just want the car fixed?
A bad feeling settled in my gut, and I checked the car more carefully than usual, almost obsessively.
And that bad feeling became reality by the evening.
As I was about to take the car out for a test drive, Nathan specifically insisted on being present. I got into the driver's seat and took a slow lap around the garage's perimeter. At first glance, the engine seemed stable, but something still felt off. Then, the moment I stepped on the accelerator, a violent jolt ran through the car, and all the instrument panels lit up red in an instant. I slammed my foot on the brake, but it barely responded. A chill of pure terror shot down my spine.
Damn it, the brakes.
At the last possible second before a head-on collision, I yanked the handbrake and swerved onto the curb, bringing the car to a sudden,
violent stop. The sound of metal crashing rang through the air as the vehicle shook violently. The front end was utterly wrecked.
For a moment, my head spun and my vision flickered white, but I was alive. I reached for the door, but the impact had jammed it shut. Throwing my weight against it, I forced it open, and the cold night air rushed in, along with the glow of the city lights. I stumbled out onto the pavement, catching myself on my hands, my breath ragged as I wiped the sweat from my forehead. What the hell just happened? As I groaned and turned to look at the wrecked front of the car, I saw him, Nathan, standing there in his suit, staring down at me. He wore a faint smirk, as if to say, just as planned. Anger surged in my chest as I clenched my teeth and glared up at him. Nathan narrowed his eyes slightly and, feigning reluctance, spoke in a slow, deliberate tone. Looks like the little trick I set up worked just fine. I made a few tweaks to the brake system. But hey, you kinda had this coming, didn't you? You bastard. The rage left me speechless. So it was him, he deliberately set up this accident. Swallowing down the fury that threatened to burst out as a scream, I forced my aching body to stand. Nathan watched me struggle without a shred of guilt.
No one's gonna miss you if you disappear, you know?
Honestly, I was hoping for a bigger bang, but damn, you're a tough one.
Don't screw with me.
I clenched my fists, the urge to lunge at him almost unbearable.
But if I acted rashly, he'd just use it against me. I knew better than to play into his hands.
Just then, a familiar voice called out,
"Samuel, are you okay?"
I turned to see Derek running toward me, looking panicked. His shirt was unbuttoned at the collar, his breathing heavy. He must have heard the crash and rushed over. The moment Nathan spotted him, his lips curled into a smug grin.
Well, perfect timing, Derek. Your company was looking for a new development contract recently, right? Consider it yours. The condition's simple, you know the drill. Do as I say, like always. Play along, and you'll climb even higher. Not a bad deal, is it?
He delivered the offer with a disgusting smirk.
Derek lowered his voice and replied, "Understood."
At the same time, he slowly reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. A wise choice, Derek. Nathan nodded in satisfaction, flashing a triumphant grin. I caught a glimpse of Derek's phone screen as he tapped at it, and for a brief second, a cold realization struck me. Then, Derek turned back to Nathan and bowed slightly, his expression unreadable.
Nathan, satisfied, narrowed his eyes. But Derek's fingers continued moving swiftly over his phone screen. "Well then, let's get started."
With a quiet voice, Derek adjusted his grip on his phone, raising it slightly.
"You really are sharp, aren't you?
If you get your hands on our project, your future's looking bright."
A much better deal than siding with someone like Samuel, don't you think?
Nathan murmured smugly, satisfaction dripping from his tone.
Do you get it now? This is what happens when you act all defiant. You brought this on yourself. Maybe next time, you'll know better than to mess with me.
If you don't want your whole company crushed, you'd better shut up and do as I say.
And especially, stay the hell away from Rebecca.
You don't belong in her world. His mocking laughter cut through the cold night air. I stood frozen, grinding my teeth in frustration, but when my eyes met Derek's, he gave me the slightest nod.
"Nathan, I just need to confirm something. You did tell me to teach Samuel a lesson, right? And in exchange, you promised me a new development contract." "Yeah, I've got it all recorded. And not just recorded, I've been streaming it live. Right now. The entire country is listening to your words." Nathan's expression stiffened instantly.
On the phone screen, comments flooded in.
"Seriously? This is a crime. Rich boy's a psycho. Global broadcast. Hey. You little.
Even if you spread this online, I've got plenty of ways to make it disappear." Nathan's furious glare locked onto us, his voice laced with desperation.
But Derek didn't flinch. Not an inch. Disappear? No matter what you do, this footage is out there forever. A scandal like heir to a conglomerate sabotages a mechanic's car to cause an accident, you think you can erase that completely with money and power? As Derek pressed on, Nathan's fists trembled with rage. "You little." "Fine, then.
I'll blacklist you from every single one of my company's business partners.
I'll strangle you financially until you're begging on the streets."
His furious roar cut through the night air, momentarily silencing everything.
But then Derek took a single step forward.
His eyes, sharper than I'd ever seen them, gleamed with unwavering determination.
"Go ahead. Cut us off if you want.
If using money and power to crush people is how you do things, then we'll just have to fight back in our own way." Nathan shot him a murderous glare, but Derek remained unshaken. Instead, he continued in a calm but resolute voice, still burning with anger.
"Do whatever you want.
I didn't build my company just to grovel at your feet.
I'm done playing along. What's so great about money? What's so great about power? None of that gives you the right to hurt people."
Nathan's face visibly contorted, his teeth clenched, shoulders shaking. For the first time, doubt flickered in his eyes. Derek twisted the knife further, lifting his phone and shoving the screen toward Nathan.
"Oh, And by the way, your little tantrum about cutting off business partners? That's on record too.
I put up with your crap for long enough.
But no one's gonna bow to your tyranny anymore. Not me, not Samuel, and I'm pretty sure Rebecca feels the same way. That final blow struck deep. Nathan's expression twisted with undeniable panic. But his pride wouldn't let him admit defeat. His jaw tightened as he spat out his final threat. "You're all gonna regret this." With that, he turned on his heel, fists clenched, and disappeared into the darkness. Even as he walked away, his arrogance still clung to him, cracked, but not yet broken. Phew! Derek exhaled deeply, finally relaxing his tense shoulders. I steadied my aching body and looked at him. I never expected him, usually so calm, to stand up like this. But tonight, his hidden strength had finally put an end to Nathan's reign of terror. "Derek! You really saved me." "Thanks," I told him sincerely, and he gave me a slightly embarrassed smile. Then, his face turned serious as he met my eyes. "No. I should be thanking you. I let Nathan push me around for too long, but now I see things clearly. I won't let him do whatever he wants anymore. Samuel, I owe you for all the times I looked the other way, but from now on, I'll fight back, too." We didn't shake hands or exchange any dramatic gestures. We just looked at each other, understanding the weight of this moment. For the first time, I felt something close to relief, knowing that Nathan's power and money wouldn't dictate our lives anymore. The air was still freezing, but in both of us, a quiet fire burned. Derek and I exchanged a knowing glance and let out a deep breath. The next day, social media exploded. Footage of Nathan admitting to sabotaging my car and threatening Derek spread like wildfire, turning into a massive scandal overnight. As the heir to the Harrington Financial Group, Nathan's name and face were now exposed to the scrutiny of the public eye. Furthermore, it seemed that the Harrington Group headquarters took the situation seriously. They removed Nathan from the public stage, effectively demoting him from his position as a successor candidate. News headlines flashed across TV and online articles: "Nathan on extended leave?" Harrington Financial Group heir replaced, his downfall was being broadcast for everyone to see. Seeing a man who once spoke so arrogantly fall so far did leave me with mixed feelings, but this was the path he chose. Meanwhile, I buried myself in my usual work at the garage. My shoulder injury still wasn't fully healed, but I was recovering day by day. Even Derek, concerned, told me, "Lay low for a while." But the moment I stand in front of a car, I just can't help but peek under the hood. Then, I heard footsteps approaching from beyond the shutter. "Samuel. Thank goodness. You're safe." At the sound of that voice, I turned around. There stood Rebecca. Tears welled in her eyes as she rushed toward me, unable to hold back her emotions any longer. She threw her arms around me without hesitation. "Rebecca. I'm sorry for making you worry. But I'm fine, really." As I gently placed a hand on her back, she clung to me even tighter. She must have seen everything on social media. Now that Nathan's schemes had been exposed, she was finally being freed from the weight of his control. Watching her cry like this, I felt something well up inside me, too. I didn't know any of this was happening. If I had rejected Nathan more clearly from the start, maybe you wouldn't have been in danger. Her voice was hoarse, but I could feel the depth of her emotions. I shook my head and met her gaze. "This isn't anyone's fault. Nathan went off the rails on his own. What matters is that you followed your heart. You don't have to live by someone else's expectations anymore. You can choose your own path, freely." Rebecca let her tears fall, not even trying to wipe them away, but she managed a small smile. "Yeah. Thank you, Samuel. Because you were there for me, I found the courage to stand up for myself. So, stay with me, Samuel." Her voice trembled, and her face was flushed red. Suppressing my own shyness, I lightly placed my hands on her shoulders. Of course, Rebecca. I guess this is the first time we're really facing each other properly.
We shared a glance and naturally smiled. In the quiet atmosphere of the garage, that smile was the brightest thing of all. I pulled her close once more. The scent of car oil mixed with the faint fragrance of her presence, brushing against my senses.
As if it had always been meant to happen, the distance between us disappeared. In the days that followed, the viral spread of the incident turned my garage into a bit of a sensation. Previously, much of our work was kept behind the scenes due to confidentiality. But now we were being highlighted as the mechanic who defied a corporation's air and a craftsman with a strong sense of justice. Requests for interviews poured in from influencers and the media. Of course, I had no interest in fame, I just wanted to keep working on cars, as I always had. But thanks to all the buzz, new business inquiries skyrocketed, and the garage's workload increased dramatically. The management strategies I had been refining, as well as my side projects, started to click into place. And the business was thriving like never before. Meanwhile, Derek had completely cut ties with Nathan's toxic influence. His new project had to be restarted from scratch, but this time, he was determined. I'm gonna compete fair and square this time,
he declared with newfound resolve. Even back in our school days, he had always carried that fire inside him. For a while, Nathan had led him astray, but now, he had finally broken free.
Living a life dictated by malice and power? No thanks.
No matter how formidable the obstacles ahead, as long as we supported each other, we could overcome anything.
Whatever the future held, I wasn't afraid anymore.
As a mechanic, as a business owner, and as a man who would stand by Rebecca, I would walk this path with my head held high. With that thought, I let a small smile creep onto my face and stepped back toward my workbench, ready to take on whatever came next.